Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I please remind you all to be seated. The conference will begin very shortly. Today is the last day of our conference already, and time just seems to be flying by very quickly. This is the last day of the conference, Cultural Wisdom for Climate Action, the Southeast Asian's contribution. I'm sure you have the first 2 days of a very insightful and informative that engage you guys into a lot of discussions. So this is the last day. May I please remind you that the conference is compassionately brought to us by BIGRIM, who is our main sponsor. And as you probably listened to Mr. Ling's speech yesterday, it was very fascinating on the tiger conservation projects that BIGRIM did as part of so many initiatives that they are doing, and along the same line as the philosophy that we are discussing now on how to protect our heritage culture. So without further ado, the first session for today is the 7th session, Traditional Political Social Heritage and Climate Resilience. The session will be led by 2 moderators, which is Ms. Camille Ma and Ms. Lisa Malabonga. Ms. Camille Ma is a SEACHA advisor as well as the council member of the Siam Society. She has a long celebrated tenure of career in corporate finance and investment, and she has been involved in lecturing as well as the curriculum development for the Thailand Institute of Directors. And Ms. Lisa, yesterday you already listened to her presentation yesterday in the afternoon. She is also one of our youth representatives from Philippines, and she's an advocate as well as an educator, doing a lot of work in trying to protect the indigenous local community, and so also share the same passion with all of us in trying to put the cultural wisdom from indigenous culture into the bigger strategy of how to mitigate the climate change. So may I please welcome both of our moderators, and may I invite all the speakers up to the front of the auditorium at this moment. All right.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and privilege to be opening Panel 7, Traditional, Political, Social Heritage, and Climate Resilience. I assure you that this is going to be a very engaging and interesting panel because we will be dissecting politics and climate nexus here in Southeast Asia. So this panel investigates the advantages and disadvantages of traditional, social, and political structures in Southeast Asia that impact climate action. So for our first presentation this morning, it will be opened by Dr. Muhammad Rivani Bustami. He will be talking about the decolonization and indigenization of social heritage environment nexus, liberating Nusantara Malay Archipelago and Southeast Asia from colonial epistemicide. That's quite a mouthful, isn't it? He is currently the head of Nusantara Malay Archipelago Research at the Center for Policy Research and International Studies, Universitas Sains, Malaysia, the oldest social science research center in Malaysia. He's also the founding advisor to Malindo Research Center at MIHI, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. In addition, he is the editor-in-chief for the International Journal of Multicultural and Multireligious Understanding, based in Germany, as well as the founder of iWin Library. So, ladies and gentlemen, I share the floor with Dr. Muhammad Rivani Bustami.
That's great. No, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Wakaremasen. Thank you so much. I'm really truly honored to be here. My deepest appreciation to the organizers, to SEACHA, and to the sponsors. This is a wonderful place. Bangkok is a wonderful city, right? Very lively, very rich culturally. Well, let me begin with a note or two before I actually delve into what I want to present. Yeah. When I use the word Nusantara, we just had a very interesting discussion this morning with some scholars over here too. I'm using the word Nusantara as a civilizational, geographical, cultural construct of the Malay archipelago that extends from Sumatra to Papua and Philippines as well, and southern provinces of Indonesia up to certain parts of Indochina as well. So Nusantara is a concept which actually means between islands, between land, yeah, between islands. Yeah? So it is, in a way, a Mediterranean concept of the Southeast Asian space once upon a time before colonization. Right? So let me begin with my first slide. All right. I'm going to go straight away with the theory first, right? I'll be talking about colonial epistemicide, which means the killing of our own indigenous and local episteme, own local wisdom and knowledge by colonial domination. Yeah? So the argument is that, and it is actually a concept or a construct that has been posited by Fendria Henriksman, right? And the argument is that if we did not decolonize our own knowledge, our own wisdom, right, we will continue to be trapped, right, in the colonial lenses of ourselves, of looking in the way we look at the world, the way we look at ourselves, the way we look at others will be through colonial lenses. And in that sense, eventually, our own knowledge, our own wisdom will perish. And more we will look at and value ourselves, our knowledge, our heritage from the colonial lenses, and actually we might even look down at our own knowledge and our own heritage. So hence the pursuit of decolonization and indigenization of knowledge and other relevant dimensions. Right? So Nusantarization, which is what I'm proposing as a concept to deconstruct colonial knowledge, is a theory or a process of decolonization by letting go of destructive colonial powers, paradigms, and elements, as well as to re-empowering local wisdom and indigenous heritage of Nusantara while progressing towards principle-centered futures. That's actually a picture of Penang. Right? What I'll be presenting today comes from a book, largely from a book that I've co-edited together with my Indonesian colleagues on nationalism, right? So there are various aspects of decolonization, but I'll be focusing more on decolonization of knowledge, decolonization of paradigms. But if you look at the sentence at the bottom there, it's actually a proverb, a Malay proverb, a Nusantara proverb, buang yang keruh, ambil yang jernih. That is, remove the impurities while you take in the good, the wise, the clean, the pure, right? Which means that in the process of decolonization, in the process of indigenization, we do not remove everything. We still keep and retain the good, right? And at the same time, reviving our own identity, our own wisdom, our own heritage, right? So I'll be talking about three paradigms, and these three social paradigms, I argue, there are a lot of paradigms, but there are three social paradigms have a great impact in our treatment of environment. They are the paradigm of property, paradigm of knowledge, paradigm of development. So Nusantarization is a process to decolonize these paradigms, right? So the first paradigm is paradigm of property. Right? So the way we look at our countries right now after colonization, right, is based on nation state. And nation state, the definition of nation state that we have adopted as a country in Southeast Asia, in fact the whole world, is very much based on the Westphalian Treaty, the Westphalian concept of state and nation state. It is a treaty that came about after a series of wars in Europe, whereby they actually decide that the sovereignty of the country, sovereignty of the state, depends on the territory. So boundaries are drawn, boundaries have been decided, and we are in a way being trapped by this way of looking at the world, right? So we have this Westphalian concept of clear boundaries. This is mine and that is yours, right? And if I cross this boundary, I can get killed. The whole idea of 9 dotted lines, right? Yeah. And we talk about protecting sovereignty by protecting our territories. So we do not share our territories. We do not want to share our seas. Tenggelamkan gitu kan. Our Indonesian people understand that. We sink the seas, we sink the ships that come to our borders. Yeah? So this is basically how we define our space, right? Our geographical space, and our sovereignty based on this definition of boundaries. Right? Now, and this is a colonized idea. Right? Now, I told some of my Indonesian friends that I'll be talking about Yogyakarta. If I were to imagine in the Nusantara world, a good example, a good model of a Nusantara city, it will be Yogyakarta, right? Now, I know that Yogyakarta has actually changed in the last 6 months or a year, right? But I'll be talking about the Yogyakarta I know that. Now, if you haven't been to Yogyakarta, I would recommend you. As a Malaysian, I'm not Indonesian, right? But I would recommend you. Why? If you go to Yogyakarta, this street, and actually there are many streets, it's called Malioboro, there you can see a different model of a city, a very different model of a city, where the homeless, the families, the lecturers, the professors, the students, the musicians will come together and have, they will eat together. They will eat in lesehan, which means they are where you sit on these mattresses and you will eat together. All right? And it is a fascinating kind of environment, urban environment, right? Not like Kuala Lumpur or Jakarta or many of the other cities where it's basically an urban jungle, right? But here, the pace is different, right? The feeling is different, right? It's not about get shopping from one place to another. It's about enjoying the moment, being with friends, chatting, ngopi, drink, having kopi jos, they drink coffee together. So the idea is people sharing the streets together without having to necessarily shop and be absorbed in this consumerist culture, right? And by the way, that is actually a concept of commons, right? Shared space, shared oceans, shared activities, right? And in Yogyakarta, is the only province or autonomous region in Indonesia. There are 3 autonomous regions, Aceh, Yogyakarta, and Papua. Yogyakarta is where they have the king as the governor. And the king actually would let people use the lands around the kraton, around the palace. And they will stay there, they will live there. And if you see this picture up there, right? Here, right? This is called Abdi Dalam, where they actually serve the palace, serve the needs of the palace, and actually some of them are tour guides as well. And they can live around the palace. They do not own the space. The space, the land, the houses are owned basically by the sultan, and it can pass down to the next generation. So it's the idea of commons. UGM, right? Some of our speakers here is from UGM, Universitas Gajah Mada. The land is owned by the sultan, by the governor, right? But people can use it. So the idea of ownership is quite different then. It's about shared space, shared properties, right? So the idea of public lands, public spaces, and our old idea of kampung, village. Kampung is a bahasa term, which means village, right? Where the English got the word compound from. Villages really do not have clear boundaries. They actually share the boundaries. The kids will go from one house to another, will run around, and they do not have gates, right? This is the idea of commons, of sharing our spaces, sharing our properties, right? And this has basically the idea has been hijacked and has been taken away, and we define our space right now very much based on this territoriality, right? And commons as a concept of society, as a concept of indigenous heritage, is a powerful concept, which means whatever I have, I will give away for the common good, right? And if I move on to the next one. Okay, before that, the practice of commoning, of giving our property, giving our gifts to the good of people, is a concept of Nusantara, is a concept of Southeast Asia, right? Kusalma has started a group, right, where they actually created commons. Kusalma there, she actually started the urban farming group, where they actually not just sharing the information, but they share seeds, they share fruits, they share just about everything, right? They share the services, and this is the idea of commons, right? So and what's happening in the world today is that the capitalist-led development concept has removed commons, have privatized space, right? And what happened here is, this is an example, we'll talk about this one. The idea of property, the paradigm of property, is actually assigned, the responsibility is actually assigned to government or the private sector. So the community, there's a disappearing sense of community responsibility towards the surrounding, towards the land, and towards the environment. This is the responsibility, this is the job of the government, this is the job of the private sector, right, the company. So they do not care that much because they have privatized the responsibility, right? And this is a river in Pulau Pinang, in Penang Island, right? You can see it's quite dirty. You can actually have cows roaming there, right? Pollution and all that. But what happened is, when the idea of commons have been revived, right? This is the river has been transformed and became was voted, right, the cleanest river in Malaysia. And the responsibility was held, the transformation was carried out by the community, by the people, not by the government, not by the private sector. Eventually they came in, right? Politicians and businesses like to come in and help after that, right? But the power of commons, they actually have little plots, and they were assigned for different people of the community. They will farm, they will garden, and this is a powerful transformation when you revive a cultural wisdom of commons, right? We return the responsibility, we empower the people. And then this river has become a place not just for gardening. It's an education place. It's a place for volunteerism. It becomes a CSR project as well. And if you go to this place, it's Sungai Ara in Penang. It's a wonderful place to actually, and you can actually eat fruits and vegetables, fresh fruits, organic fruits, right, from the people. So when we rebuild a sharing farm, a concept of common, right, from delinking and connecting to land and earth and nature and green, to the ulam, a family of vegetables in Malaysia, where you can actually eat raw, right? You can eat raw, most of them, at least most of them. Right? So there's a communities of ulamas, of urban farmers coming together. So from private and consumerist mindset to a sharing culture and sharing system. They actually created a system to share and reliving wrong spelling there, reliving local wisdom and reversal of anomaly. We are living in a state of in a norm system that is very much against our human nature. Our human nature is to share. So the whole idea of collective effort and individualized plots can actually come together. So there's still individual plots, but doing it as a collective concept, right? So making income less relevant and to quality of life. So you can actually have quality of life with having, a big salary. So if you continue to have this concept, right? So that's first. The second one is paradigm of knowledge. Paradigm of knowledge. If you look, and it's a simple slide. One of the major shifts in the sphere of knowledge is that science has taken over religion. Okay, just let me know. Science has taken over religion and local wisdom as the god of knowledge, right? But there are different types of knowledge that are still there, that's still valuable, right? This tree is called pohon beringin tree. It's a taboo, right? It's against the cultural norm to cut the tree. And you might think it is a myth, but not many people know. Where you find this tree, you also find water sources underneath the tree. So this local wisdom, you need to unearth the underlying rationality, behind local wisdom. There's a suku Baduy, it's a tribe in Banten state of Indonesia. There's an inner tribe and outer tribe. They have three types of categories of forest. So there's forest that you can actually go in, farm and hunt and gather. There's another forest you can actually, some people can go, and the other forest no one can go in. So the categorization of forest actually help to preserve the forest. The Bidayuh of Sarawak happened to have a student of mine who was doing PhD with me, so he was researching on the Bidayuh. The Bidayuh of Sarawak they have certain days where they're prohibited to hunt. Again, it's a way of conservation, right? And it is embedded in local wisdom, and this is part of our knowledge. It might not seem to be science, But if you look at the rationality, if you look at the reasoning, then look at the whole philosophy behind it, it's about conserving, right? And it's not about consuming so much. This is an example of how we can decolonize knowledge, how we can Nusantarize in the context of Nusantara, right? The third one is a paradigm of development. If you look at development, the way we define development, right, the way the mainstream discourse defines development is basically ultra-urbanization, commodification, and accumulation and concentration of wealth. When I say ultra-urbanization, is this not just you want to urbanize every aspect of the city, you want to expand urban spaces beyond what is given to us. The whole idea of reclamation, and that happens in Penang as well, right? And again, Kusama is one of the activists against reclamation. She's an activist of all sorts, right? What happened? The maritime ecological support system have been disrupted, right? In our research center, there's a maritime biologist as well. All research has pointed out to this destruction or reduction of biodiversity with reclaimed land, right? So not just we want to urbanize our own land, we want to expand further land to build urban structures, right? So this, why do, this idea of ultra-urbanization. And then, as we know, as noted by Prof. Chaiwat earlier on, the idea of commodification. Everything is seen from a commodity perspective. How can we turn this into profit? How can we monetize it, right? The beautiful digital word, right? How can we monetize this, right? And then what happened? We developed, we have more urban areas, we have more commodities, but the accumulation and concentration of wealth goes into the very few. And what happens? We have poverty. And one of the problems of deforestation, aside from the big estates, are people who are poor, who need to actually commoditize the forest for the benefit of them elevating themselves out of the poverty, right? So we have this cute idea of development where we inequality, there's no such English word, but we create a society that benefit the few, right? The poor becomes poorer, the rich become richer. And then we say, well, that's normal, yeah, that's normal. So it's very materialism-centered, right? And you see the Malaysian urban population is moving from very much, and the blue is urban, the green is rural. So it's basically the rural area is transforming into urban. So the urban is where we can see the future, and doesn't look good. So unleashing the wisdom in us. So I'm putting forth the idea of, bringing back that shared spaces, the shared prosperity, the idea of commons. Another one is in Islam, this is the idea of halal and toibat. We also hear about the word halal. Halal means permissible. But toiban is the more important aspect of this whole concept, which means wholesome, goodness. And the concept of halal and toiban was never separated in the Quran. So whenever it's not just permissible, it must be good. The chicken is not, it must be slaughtered in a halal way, but the chicken must not be abused. The chicken should not be caged in an abusive manner. It should not be injected with all kind of antibiotics and growth hormones, and that is not toiban, right? And this concept of permissible and good can revive our idea of development, right? And then the gotong royong, which is the third one in the paradigm of development, and it's a very common idea in our villages, yeah, and argue probably in the whole of Southeast Asia, where we volunteer our effort, and it happens very much in the village, but then in urban areas it happens as well, to solve a particular problem, right? They come together to build bridges, right? Who is very much the idea of, from each according to ability, right? Kind of a Marxist idea there. So everyone contributes the idea to each according to need. Right? That's another, being a sociologist there. Right? Oh, absolutely. I'm not promoting. So the idea of people coming together, sharing their gifts to solve societal problem, right? So it's about, and And as I talk about reconnecting with our strengths, our wisdom, relearning from our neighbors, Thailand has a wonderful concept of sufficiency economy, right? So you actually help your village only when you have surplus and you go beyond your community. Now here we create surplus for people outside of the country, export-oriented, right? But we forget to care for our own selves, our own community, our own village, and the village, the neighboring village. And this is a powerful concept, a transformative concept. It is very much a heritage that we should revive, right? So it's a reimagination of ethical and spiritual paradigm of development, but I put bracket there, of more stewardship and progress. Perhaps development needs to be replaced or complemented with either stewardship and progress, right? So stewardship and progress for society and environment. And if you're all familiar with the Alvin Toffler book of first wave, second wave, third wave, the agricultural wave, industrial wave, and information wave, there's a fourth wave, right? What's the fourth wave? The fourth wave is a spiritual, ethical wave, a re-spiritualization of society, where materialism and scientificism will continue to decline. Institutions will move to a real responsiveness of global stewardship. Wealth will be redefined, especially as measured in accounting systems. Religion will catch up with science. And if you look at how organizations are organizing themselves, corporates now have two books, the financial report and the sustainability report, right? It's permanent there. And this is where we can advance our causes. The certification game, the certification world. So we can come up with different certification. Time's up. Okay, right. The last one, right? And like fair trade and so. And this is my last slide, right? So on science and religion, religion without science is lame, but science without religion is blind. So in the fourth wave, religion, ethics, morality, values, cultural wisdom will come back to lead science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rivami, for a very rich and pregnant discourse on indigenization and decolonization. I have a lot of questions for Dr. Rivami, but definitely I'm sure our audience also have a lot of questions, and we will save them for later. So, few key takeaways from the presentation of Dr. Rivami. I really appreciated how he used commons as actually a verb. That shared responsibility of commoning. And I think a lot of countries in Southeast Asia has a challenge in terms of accountability. So now we will be welcoming the next speaker. Our next speaker, he will be talking about the Vietnam Community Resources for Climate Resilience, the case of a fishing village community in Vietnam. We will be welcoming Dr. Nguyen Vo Huang. He's currently a faculty member and Vice Dean of the Department of Anthropology at the University of Social Sciences and Humanities, Vietnam National University in Hanoi. Previously, he was with the Institute of Cultural Studies and the Vietnam Museum of Ethnology. His research in urban issues and civil society in Vietnam also appear in State, Society, and the Market in Contemporary Vietnam, Property, Power, and Values, toward the framework for Vietnamese American Studies, History, Community, and Memory. Everybody, let's all share the floor to Dr. Nguyen Vo Huang.
You bet off here. Yes, please.
Yes, so good morning to you all. Thank you. First of all, thanks SEACHA and the Science Society for bringing me here, and thank you for being here for my presentation. So this presentation, I will present my own research for my PhD dissertation about a community in the south of Vietnam and how they deal with the aftermath of a typhoon in Vietnam. As you know that through the last two days, you see a lot of disasters and tropical storms and typhoon that affected livelihood and life of the people in Southeast Asia. So this paper will contribute an angle from the point of view of Vietnamese people, Vietnamese community. So the content of my paper, I will first present to you some impact of climate change in Vietnam, because I think for the last 2 days you hear a lot of the impact to the Philippines, to Malaysia, Indonesia, but about Vietnam, I think this paper will provide you a background to see how the climate change impacts the community in Vietnam. The second one, I will present to you the case study of a Catholic fishing community in Vietnam. It is a very special community that you can look at the community to see the internal resources and intra-resources community I will discuss later. And then I will present the case of the landfall of Durian typhoon in 2006. I think yesterday some groups already present a typhoon on Haiyan typhoon and also called Yolanda, but I think Durian typhoon is also significant impact. And then I will present insights in community resources for recovery and intra-community resources for recovery. And finally, I will present some implication on cultural heritage with climate change. So the impact of climate change in Vietnam, according to some literature review, we know that yes, Vietnam is one of the countries that affected mostly by climate change. And from 1997 to 2016, Vietnam was the 5th country with climate risk index in 2018. And inclement or extreme weather events increased on red and unpredictable. The rain level increased from 270 millimeter per month in the period from 1901 to 1930, increased to 281 millimeter per month from the period from 1991 to 2015. The temperature also increased greatly. You can see it increased from the 27 degrees Celsius in the period of the beginning of the 20th century to 27.5 degrees Celsius in the period from 1991 to 2015. Even Hanoi's temperature in 2018, it was 42 degrees Celsius. It was extremely hot. It is comparable to the situation in Thailand in the summer, I think. And in 2017, it was a record with 16 tropical storms and floods that hit Vietnam. The sea level increase is also a significant concern of Vietnam. It increased from the 4.5 millimeters per year in the period from 1960 to 2014, increased to 3.3 millimeters per year for the period from 1993 to 2014. So we see that it increased the temperature, increased the rain level, and increased the sea level. So I think all of them can make the change for the Vietnamese situation. So as you know about Vietnam, Vietnam is a country with a long seaside, with a 3,260 kilometers seaside, and it is a long country, so easily to be affected by sea level increase. According to the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, when the sea level rises to 100 centimeters, the loss of the land in Vietnam will be 40,000 square kilometers, approximately to 12% of land area of Vietnam, and leading to 17 million people will lose their livelihood and approximately 23% of the population. And the Mekong River Delta, the large rice field in Vietnam, will be affected the most, and it also leads to the problem of food security in Vietnam, because Vietnam is one of the 5 largest countries that produce rice in the world. And it would bring effect to many areas of economy, society, life, and healthcare of many communities living in Vietnam. The death toll of Vietnam due to extreme weather events was very high in 2018. It is ranked as the 11th country in global. So the question that my paper raised was that what was the real effect of a tropical storm to a community in the coastal area of Vietnam? What was the involvement of the government? How have the community get recovered? What was the strategy of the local community to respond to the storm aftermath? So these 4 questions will be addressed in the next session. So about the community that I study, it is a community that located in the south of Vietnam. But the community is originally come from the North Vietnam. As you know, they are Catholic, and the Catholic in Vietnam has a long story of mission that come from the missionary from Portugal and France, and they came to Vietnam in the 16th century, and they came to Nam Định province, and then the missionary spread the Catholicism into the people living in the coastal provinces of Vietnam, such as Nam Định or Ninh Bình, and this community became the first Catholic community in Vietnam. It is called Bùi Chu Diocese, and in the 1954, after Geneva Accord, this community migrated to the south of Vietnam according to the Geneva Accord, and it divided Vietnam into 2 parts. The first, the northern part belonged to the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, and the second part belonged to the Republic of Vietnam until 1975. So these people can freely move from the north to the south within 300 days. Yes, and you can see this is the images from the internet about the migration from the north to the south of these people. And in coming to the south, they were settled in the south of Vietnam. First, they arrived in Saigon, and then they were resettled in Phước Tỉnh Commune. It is located in Phước Tuy provinces in the past, and now it is called Bà Rịa Vũng Tàu. Yes, originally from Nam Định and migrated and settled in Phước Tỉnh Commune, and it became the so-called village of millionaires before 1975, because they come to the south of Vietnam and they continue practice fishing as they practiced fishing in the north of Vietnam. But in the south, with the engined boat, they can fishing more effectively, and many of them became millionaires, and this village is very well known in the south of Vietnam. So after 1975, the unification of Vietnam, many of them left Vietnam for the Western countries, such as in Canada, in the US, or Australia. And the remainders who stayed in the homeland continue to maintain fishing as one of the main livelihood and keep faith on Catholicism. Yes, and my paper would use the concept of diaspora to analyze the situation and the relationship between the people in the homeland and the people who live abroad. And I use the modern definition that Schaeffer used, diaspora as an ethnic minority groups, migrant origin, residing and acting in host country, but maintaining strong sentimental and material links with their country of origin or homeland. And then William Safran and Robin Cohen also provide a list of diaspora. So the list of diaspora, you can see as a dispersion from a homeland to a more foreign region. And then they hold a collective memory and myth of the homeland, including its location, history, and achievement, and the development of a return movement that gains collective propagation. And such, you can see 9 features of diaspora, and I apply this concept to see the relationship between the Vietnamese community abroad and the homeland community in a disaster recovery process, to see how they can help each other in the recovery process. And the implication of diaspora concept, you can see the relationship between the homeland and diaspora never disrupted. Although they live abroad, but they maintain relationship with their family. So the familiar relationship and the relationship with their Catholic parish in Vietnam is maintained through the space, through the time, and it increased the communication with the homeland, and the communication helped solidify the sense of diaspora, because people can understand their situation and solidify the sense of diaspora and bring them together in helping the homeland community. And this diaspora is important for the Vietnamese community because while the Vietnamese government wants to embrace the diaspora and welcoming the overseas Vietnamese to return to Vietnam and invest in the investment in the entrepreneurship and engage in any economic activities, but the deterritorialization policy seems not to be effective for the people in the diaspora because of the tension between the people who left Vietnam because of political issue, political sensitive, and it creates a gap between the government and overseas Vietnamese. But it is with the Vietnamese government, but with the community, with the Catholic community, the community symbol and the heritage of the community as a Catholic people, as the people of the Catholic Church become a means that connect the homeland community with the diaspora. Yeah, these are some images of people who left Vietnam after 1975. And also they live abroad and they evacuate after 1975, but they maintain the relationship with the family, relationship with the Catholic parish, and they also send remittances to their home to help their family at home overcome the hardship of the command economy from the 1976 to the 1986 before đổi mới period. So what is about the typhoon? In 2006, you can see the route of the Durian typhoon. It starts from the Pacific Ocean. It goes through the Philippines and create a death toll of more than 200 people in the Philippines and continue to enter the Sea of Vietnam, and then it hit Vietnam. But you see that the route is very unpredictable because first of all it goes straight, and then all of the weather analyzer, they thought that the route it will come to the center of Vietnam and hit Bình Thuận, but towards the end the route of Durian typhoon it go southern part of Vietnam and hit Vũng Tàu and hit the Mekong Delta region. So this route make the weather analysis and the policy maker was shocked because they didn't thought that this typhoon will hit the south of Vietnam, and none of the provinces were prepared to receive this typhoon. So this community was really severely affected by the typhoon, and the landfall. It is landfall on the December of 2006, and it made the damages to the southern province of Vietnam. The death toll was 98 people and more than 31 missing people, 1,770 wounded, 3,000 houses collapsed, and 180 house roof was blown off. 700 fishing boats sunk. So in the aftermath, the government provides emergency aid for the affected people, such as water and instant noodles, and financial aid approximately to $20,000 from the Father Front of Vietnam for Bà Rịa Vũng Tàu province. I think this amount, it looks a bit large compared to the GDP of Vietnam, but it is very small compared to the damages that the typhoon made for the area. So nothing was provided for the restoring religious institutions. It only provides some instant help for the local people to overcome in the first day. And parishioners suffered from praying outside, and also some of them go to the neighboring church to pray together with other people in neighboring parish. So you can see some images of Bà Rịa Vũng Tàu damages. You see a boat sunk and the community was collapsed. The tree fell down after the storm. So because the church was collapsed, so they have to find community resources to recover the church in order to continue their faith and in order to continue to practice their religion. So the council of the parish organize a lot of meeting on discussing about how to rebuild the church or to repair the church and analyze the situation of the church. And finally, all of them think that they should rebuild the church as it was built in 1964. It was a long time ago, and it required each community to contribute 2 million Vietnam dong, about $100 on each household. Although it looks small amount of money, but compared to the livelihood of the people, the fishing, it it was a lot of money because the people themselves also have to do fishing every day to cover their livelihood, and some of the former parish head told me that it was not worth much the need of money because there were families that did not contribute anything, and a vice pastor of the parish told me that the people were affected by the storm as well, so they don't have much money to contribute to rebuild the church. And these are the structure of a Catholic parish in Vietnam. You can see the archdiocese, the diocese, and the main issue that happened is with the parish priest and parish council head are the people, are the institution that help discussing and connecting and helping this recovery period. Intra-community resources. Yes, after 1975, many people left Vietnam, and then they continue their relationship with Vietnam, and therefore the council asked each family household in the parish to connect their family members abroad, living abroad, to contribute the money to help rebuild the parish. And it's fortunately that after 31 years, many people living abroad still hold a connection, still hold a strong connection with the home parish, and then they can organize a trip for a pastor to visit the country in the US and in Canada and in Australia to organize fundraising conference to help the church in Vietnam. And in 6 months after the disaster, the vice pastor can go to Australia to start a first trip in June 2007, and then another trip to the United States in November 2007. And Father Huy told me that he contacted overseas Vietnamese through local parishioners because only relatives knew how to contact their overseas relative, and he went without knowing the people who would pick him up, and he brought the picture of them with him, and after he arrived at the airport, some of the people come to him and ask him, and he get to know them for the first time. So the new church was completed in 2009, and Father Huy let me know that although the estimated amount of the church was 4 billion Vietnam dong, the final expense was a bit higher. So the case suggests that the people living abroad maintained relationship with their close relative in Vietnam, and in 2006, 4 billion Vietnam dong, approximately equal $260,000 US. And this is the image of the church after it was rebuilt. And you can see it is very eco-friendly. It doesn't use air conditioner, and then it open and it use local knowledge to make use of the wind and make use of the sun in the local area. Yes, and lesson for climate change. Overseas Vietnamese, as you can see in this case, have maintained long-distance relationship with the homeland and with the Catholic home parish in Vietnam. It is the transnational goods that help their relatives maintaining Vietnam to overcome the hardship of the command economy in the period from 1976 to 1986. And besides the relative living in Vietnam, the home parish are the places for the people in the diaspora to share the collective memory. You see that without being a Catholic member, despite being away for 30 years, they still hold their sentiments with their religion at home and with their family at home. So therefore, they can contribute a majority of the budget for the reconstruction of the church. And you can see in this case, the government can only help, only have mildly in the emergency aid after the storm only. But the institution, the religious institution of the local community, they are the main resources that help the community recover and help keep their faith and continue to practice their religion. In the meantime, the paper will suggest that while the local community may have their own strategy and resources to deal with climate change, natural disaster, so the local government and the central government needs to collaborate closely with the people to advance traditional social structure for a more resilient capability. And they also have to advance and improve the disaster alert system, more accurate prediction. So that is the case of the Vietnamese community, and I can share with you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huang, for a very insightful presentation. I believe, and I'm sure we would all agree, that the case of Vietnam is a very strong case of how it actually epitomizes the strength of community resilience through diaspora, and also through the strong kinship that was influenced by religion. So now for the last presentation for this panel, it will be presented by Dr. Pasuk Pongpaichit. She will be presenting about a macro perspective on traditional political social heritage and climate resilience based on 2 case studies from Thailand. Dr. Pasuk is the Emeritus Professor in Political Economy at the Faculty of Economics in Chulalongkorn University. Her latest publication is based on research results entitled Land Governance in Thailand. Her presentation is going to be assisted by Dr. Chris Baker.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. And this is a joint presentation with Jan Chris, and he had helped me enormously in preparing this paper and in the PowerPoints. Actually, what I'm talking about today is based on my research with a team of about 20 people. But these are only 2 case studies. I just discovered later that the study that I have been doing is actually a very similar topic to the SEACHA. This I found out later. Okay, I want to look at the potential of traditional social or political heritage to build resilience to climate change from a macro perspective. I will concentrate on Thailand and look at 2 different instances. First, urban heat and elite power. All around the world, the increase in extreme weather and the shift in weather patterns is moving people from place to relocate, to migrate. Persistent drought has a role in the migrations from Central America to the US southern border, as we know, and from the Middle East to Europe. One aspect of these migrations is that we cannot separate out the role of climate change. Poverty and politics also play a part. In Thailand and elsewhere in our region, the monsoon is changing, the temperature is trending up, the rainfall down, subjecting farmers to more droughts, and rainfall is becoming more erratic. And when it does rain, it can be far too much, as we all know. The example is what happened in Australia and elsewhere, also including in Thailand recently. Every year, some marginal farmers can no longer survive on the land as before. Some migrate to other areas to find jobs overseas, but most do not have these options. So they move to the city to find work. Growth of the cities is contributing to the heat island effects. Bangkok is now 5 to 7 degrees hotter than the surrounding area. This is the latest research results. Traffic, air conditioning, concrete, and the lack of greenery contribute to this very much. The policies needed is quite simple. Control on the traffic, better urban architecture, more greenery, and so on. There are NGOs pushing for all these reforms for many, many years, but nothing really happens. The simple reason is that politics is controlled by a small group of elite, and especially by big business interests. these peoples are also impacted by the deterioration of the urban environment. But they oppose the needed reforms and instead use their money and power to defend themselves and often push for short-run high economic growth to keep the stock market booming, to satisfy a handful of Thai and international financiers, no matter at whatever environmental costs or loss of livelihood for the poor. I must say I'm not against economic growth as such as an economist, but experiences of more developed countries show that a stable and even economic growth rate, which may be as low as 1 to 2% or 2 to 3% a year, but occurs evenly a long period of time, up to 10, 20, 30 years, with no disruptions from political crisis and malmanagement of the global economy, are more desirable for achieving sustainable and peaceful society. And this is the experience of the developed countries in Europe and in the US in the past. The question is, can traditional political and social elites be mobilized to support policies for climate resilience? So far, there has been no sign here in this country. The traditional political elite, royalty and all aristocracy has tended to be incorporated into the modern urban elite. The traditional religious establishment, the Buddhist Sangha, has produced thinkers who have articulated many good ideas about the economy and the environment. These are important as individuals, but the Buddhist Sangha as an institution has been carefully isolated from politics. I would be interested to hear whether similar traditional elites have been effective on such issues elsewhere in the region. Now, I go to the second case, haze and political action, coalition. My second example is a little bit more optimistic. As elsewhere, we have a big problem of haze, of rising levels of PM2.5 air pollution, especially in this season, and especially in the northern city of Chiang Mai. I myself been affected by this PM2.5 very much by being in Bangkok. One of the contributing factors to the PM2.5 haze is forest fires, both natural and man-made, with some coming from Indonesia and from Myanmar and elsewhere, as well as locally from time to time. As a result, this issue of urban air pollution became connected with the issue of managing forests. The haze showed that the issues of forests could not be separated from the issue of forest communities. The issue of forest communities could not be separated from the issue of livelihood of the little people in the forest. The issue of livelihood could not be separated from the issue of sustainability of both people and the trees. Unfortunately, the government is more interested in the trees, to survival of the trees rather than the people here. As Ajahn Chi of SEACHA yesterday described, the Thai authorities believe that forest dwellers like the Karen are destroyers of the forest, while the Karen themselves claim to have the expertise and motivation to protect the forests. There are proofs for this. I have been told by an ex-general in the Thai army who is interested in forest issues and is a humanist. He told me that we have to thank you, the Karens in this country, who have helped protected forests in the north and the northwestern part of the country, as Chi also showed in his map the day before yesterday. Coming back to the haze problems, a few years ago, the air pollution in Chiang Mai became so bad that it affects the health of many people in the city and badly damaged the tourist industry. As a result, a big coalition formed, including NGOs and activists, doctors and public health specialists, Buddhist monks, middle-class pressure groups, and business associations who are affected by the decline in the tourist industry. They pressed the government authorities to cooperate with the ethnic community groups living in the forests near the city. They helped to negotiate an agreement under which the forest communities would help to reduce the amount of forest fires. In return, the forest communities would get concession on land and resident rights. This actually happened in the Macham area just above Chiang Mai. For some time, this became effective. It was a win-win situation for all sides. However, since then, it has not gone so well, largely because old ideas and prejudice are difficult to change, and lobbyists with old ideas are very powerful. They don't like this way of allowing people to live in the forests. They want the forests to be completely rid of people. But I want to emphasize the learnings from this agreement. In contrast to my first Heat Island example, there were important policy changes made. I think the reason for this was that a broad coalition was formed that included both modern and traditional elites, alongside groups like the forest communities, which are usually denied a role in policy making. It is a very special case. The fight is still going on right now. To put it another way, democratic process matters. So, my last message, the protests among the young people demanding reform for more democratic institutions that are going on right now should certainly be ardently supported also. Thank you. And thank you very much, Ajahn Chris.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pasuk, for your valuable insights. I would definitely agree that democratic process really matters, specifically here in Southeast Asia, and the movement and the reforms that are being initiated by young people should truly be supported. I believe that these are wonderful opening lines to actually steer our conversation this morning. And with that, we are opening the floor for your questions, comments, and reflections as well. We will begin with the presentation of Dr. Rivami. So if you have questions, we will be recognizing you. Yes. Okay, so let's start with Sir Leo from the back. Yes.
Hello. Ayan. The process of decolonization is never perfect, and it's always continuing, right? I think there's a risk, like I'd just like to cite what's happened in the Philippines, that decolonizing and casting, maybe opening narratives to other sources of historical knowledge and archaeological knowledge is important. But recently in the Philippines, what's happened is this, by draining out colonial records and knowledge and casting doubt on them as part of the decolonization process, it leaves a vacuum that can be filled by fake news and fake facts. And one of these funny little myths that was propagated during the last election is the myth of the Maharlika, which is supposed to be a long forgotten kingdom in the Philippines. I think it's partly based on the Nusantara tradition, the pre-colonial island-spanning kingdom of Southeast Asia. Now, the part of that myth is also the myth of this Italiano gold, which is supposed to be distributed by the winning administration. Since it's now open game to talk about politics, so I'm just bringing it up. But anyway, I think that's the problem, especially in the Philippines, wherein our pre-colonial records aren't so well established, that decolonizing leaves us with a vacuum that's hard to fill in the absence of very prolific scholarship and knowledge production. So how do we avoid, or how do we cautiously fill in this void that's created by decolonization in the absence of a reliable record? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Leo. Would you like to respond, Dr. Rivami, or should we take in more questions from the audience? Okay, so please respond. Thank you very much.
More. Right. All right. Okay. That is a very important question you have there. Right. Where do we start? Especially if we do not have knowledge about economy, knowledge about politics. Right. Is there another word than democracy? Do we have another word than democracy? Should we create another system of politics, of governance? You know, do we have to call our country a democratic, whatever, or republic, whatever, because these are all, a Greek or Roman, or whatever, very European-centric concepts, right? I think I did note at the beginning there's a proverb in Bahasa in the Malay world, in Nusantara, ambil yang jernih, buang yang keruh, ya. Take the pure and remove the impurities. So it is not to debunk all concepts that are colonial. I mean, there are good concepts that we can build on, right? That said, my assertion, my contention is that we do not want to say that we do not have a system of knowledge because we are weak, right? And often my friends from Indonesia say, well, you guys are lucky you have British as a colonizers, right? Thank you very much. I think a rapist is a rapist, right? Whatever you call it. But in our history, we have very established empires, very established civilization, right? But our system of knowledge has been truncated by colonization, right? So we need to have the right attitude in decolonizing our paradigms of life and environment and development. So my argument is that we want to make sure that we do not, remove everything that's colonial. We need to recognize there are things that are positive as well. But at the same time, we do not want to, give too much credit to the colonial powers because they have built schools and hospitals and roads and dams and canals. So that is my argument. That yes, I agree with you on that part. We must be careful and having the right attitude in decolonizing. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivami. Now I will be taking a question from a young person. Let me recognize June for his question. So I'll be alternating it from a young at heart and a young person.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, with the whole idea of Nusantarization or the slow move away from colonialism, I'm a bit skeptical about this whole idea. It's because the examples that you quoted, the Bidayu and also from Yogyakarta has a bit more Hindu influence in terms of the culture, right? And then Bidayu is completely a non-Malay kind of community or tradition or culture. So the question is more of there is this also sense of threat from the indigenous people within Sabah and Sarawak. What we notice is that the Nusantarization can also be, in a sense, Islamization, right? So you do see that with Islamization, there is, after 2 generations, there is a complete loss of culture, or the what's it called? Traditions. For instance, just a very simple one is like the name difference, right? Once, especially in Malaysia, you see that you have, usually they have a Christian name. After you convert, you become Bin or Binti or Nur or Muhammad something. So for me, I think that the examples you're quoting is not really true Malay way of doing stuff, right? True Malay, you're not quoting the Sultanate of Pahang, the Sultanate of Johor, and also the one example you said about the university, right? Is it just a very nice way to package feudalism? Because it is feudalism, right? In a sense, you're using what the royalty is giving you and you're respecting it. So is that, I mean, are we just repackaging something to sound nice in a paper? When I'm really just kind of seeing what your view is on like another point of view. Yeah.
Dr. Ivani.
Thank you. I have a Filipino friend. Right? Her name is Mina. It's a friend of my friend, a wife of my friend. She's a Malay. She's a Catholic. So Nusantarization doesn't mean Malay it cannot be Malaysianization, right? It's not making it Malay. So Bidayu is part of Nusantara, but the Badui who are not Muslims, they are part of Nusantara. So Nusantara is about reviving. I posit the idea of Nusantarization is reviving the indigenous heritage of the people. So it could be Hindus, it could be Muslims, it could be Buddhists. The center of Buddhist scholars at one point was in Sriwijaya, which is in southern part of Sumatra. So and if you look at the oldest monument in Southeast Asia, which is in Sungai Batu, it is a monument that predates Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism.
No. It's my counterpoint is that yes, we can quote history, but with the evolution of time, it's no longer about protecting indigenous or minority. It's now the majority narrative, right? With the Bumiputra kind of idea, Ketuanan Melayu, right? Ketuanan Melayu, what does that even mean? Ketuanan Melayu, that is a very ingrained kind of cultural idea that we are not talking about. Like I am sure a few of our Orang Asli or members here can attest to that, right? It's the Ketuanan Melayu that is giving out the rights to log. It's the Ketuanan Melayu that is giving out the rights to mine, right? There are special concessions that okay, my face is not on camera. So there are special concessions that the royalty can get, right? And that is the majority narrative that this whole idea of Nusantara, because that is the majority narrative, right? Of Ketuanan, like still the same thing with its feudalism. If you have to pay respects to the whatever Sultan of Yogyakarta to get the university, and the university itself doesn't have a land title or whatever. So it's the same thing that the Orang Aslis are facing, right? They stay in the forest for thousands of years. You just have to give a chop mohor, and then you can get the nice timber rights concession, this and that.
Okay.
That's my idea, because it seems that it's a bit skewed towards a very romanticized version of what it means to be whatever Malay or Nusantara, when you're not talking about the real issue at hand, which is the majority narrative.
Majority narrative might not be right, and that's what I'm arguing actually. I'm arguing that Nusantarization is actually putting back ethics, putting back indigenous wisdom back into the whole discourse. Actually, probably you're arguing with somebody else, not arguing with me. I'm actually with you on this one, right? So I'm not for feudalism. I'm not for capitalism, for that matter. I think it's quite obvious what I've proposed to you there. So the example of the Yogyakarta thing is that the idea of sharing your properties, the sharing, that's the idea. I'm not, glorifying the idea of the Sultanate of Yogyakarta and all that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the idea of commons, the idea of creating shared spaces and shared property, right? I think I agree with you, but then we are actually arguing against somebody else. You're not arguing with me right now. Right? Promoting indigenization. I'm giving Sarawak example as a supreme example of conservation of heritage and environment there. Right? Perhaps you can, yeah.
It's great to know that both of you are on the same page. All right, let me recognize Kun Jim.
Thank you. In earlier presentations, we've heard about communities in Southeast Asia that have preserved to this day the indigenous traditions that involve sharing between the members of the communities and spiritual relationships with the natural environment. And now in panel 5, we're coming up against reality. Dr. Nguyen said, okay, in the Vietnamese Catholic fishing community, the people did the right thing, but the local government has to then follow on beyond that, and I gather they have not done that. In Ajahn Pasuk's presentation, we saw that the problem was that elite has captured both the state and the economy, and is not operating in the sort of epistemology that we would like to see, that we think can solve the climate change problem. So my question for you, Dr. Muhammad, is have we come up with some specific ideas on how we can affect this change in epistemology, which is needed in all of these countries, and including Thailand, whether they were colonized or not? Anthropologist Dr. Michael Hertzfeld has coined the term for Thailand crypto-colonialism, because whether the foreigners came in and actually ruled the country through a colonial system or not, the elites in non-colonized countries adopted the epistemologies you're talking about. So how do we take those epistemologies from earlier traditions? What are the practical steps that you see can happen? You talked about religion, and I was very heartened by Dr. Fakhruddin's presentation yesterday, where he pointed out there are green mosques in Indonesia, and there are various organizations of Muslim communities that are pushing forward these ideas. But as Ajahn Pasuk said, the Buddhist church, as a church here in Thailand, has not been doing that, despite the inspiring words we had from Venerable Anil yesterday. So where can we find a roadmap for how to move forward on this?
Well, that's a very, very the most relevant question, actually, I think, to what I was talking about. I'm very humble. I think I learned a lot from this conference. I think where we can begin, at least in my capacity as an academic in university, is in the realm of knowledge. And example, first day, I think. Dr. J was talking from Sarawak, was talking about the Mihau and the Molong, about taking care of the environment, and then when you claim an area, you can share the area. You have the stewardship concept, right? And that concepts were actually incorporated into the Bible for the indigenous people. I think we need to rethink similar concept, our constructs, our own language, perhaps, yeah, that can be complemented and sometimes replace the concepts or constructs in our mainstream discourse in all the disciplines. And I'm in the social sciences. I think one of the most destructive institutions of the university is the social sciences, because we are promoting, the Keynesian economics, the political system that's very much colonial, almost completely colonial. So I think that's one realm, that's one space that we can do. The other one is, of course, to conferences. And perhaps one of the things we could do together is collect all this local wisdom, all these ideas, right, constructs of how to take care of environment using our own ideas and conceptualization. I mean, like a sufficiency economy, right? I think that's a very powerful, transformative idea to transform economy. I think that's where we start having conferences, seminars, workshops. But at the same time, textbooks, the last frontier, I think. Textbooks, meaning from primary school to secondary high school, right, up to university, and because we have so many concepts that are coming from the colonial past and colonizing our knowledge, right? And I think that's where we be, if you're talking about knowledge per se, right? So. By the way, for the Philippines, rethinking about the word mahalika, yeah, I think it might not be the right word, but it's a good word to trigger the conversation, to rethink about the colonial past, whether Philippines should actually uphold the idea of, the Philippines, the King Philippines, right? King Philips, right? So, I just trigger that past, right?
Dr. Pasok, would you also like to respond?
Maybe I leave it later. Listen
All right, okay.
first.
Okay, let me recognize Ms. Kusalma.
Thank you. I was struck by your title. I think something elite and heat. What was it again? Elite.
Elite.
The title that you showed on the slide. Elite something and heat something.
Oh,
but
Urban heat and elite.
Urban heat and elite. Okay, urban heat and elite. I think it really kind of gives a visual picture of who is responsible, right?
Urban
elite
heat
is
and elite power. Urban heat
and elite power. The elite power is responsible for creating all this climate imbalance, and there is sort of new words being reinvented all the time, but one of them, which is very powerful, is climate justice. Because the polluters are not paying, they want to carry on business as usual. And the people who have to pay are the people who are suffering from droughts and typhoons, so it is the people who did not contribute to the climate problem that is paying with their lives. So climate justice, there's also a new term, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion. And some are good terms, some are something you can think about, but some are not so good, like carbon net zero, which is really meaningless because you're creating net zero here and you're transferring, you're offsetting, you're creating problems elsewhere by saying that this is net zero, but you have actually created externalities. So a lot of the development that you see now is actually creating externalities, it's creating problems elsewhere. So, and especially the most, net zero, greenwash kind of development. So, what you have said is actually, it is not it is not so much about, I mean, yes, there are problems that are injustices or climate injustice globally, but there's also climate injustice locally, and you have presented it so well that it is actually locally. We have not been able to tackle the problem locally, and the entire global problem is just a kind of a sum of all the problems that have been produced locally because of elite power, broken politics locally that have been reproduced in every nation state, actually, in every nation state, and the elite, rather than responding to the local people, have been actually captured by the global elite. And the institutions, the politicians, the nation states have been already captured to the advantage of the global elite. So how do you see that transmitting, from the global to the national to the local arena?
Well, you see, I'm grappling, listening today, I'm grappling with this idea that, okay, our first speaker focused on colonial heritage. But in fact, if you think, Thailand, we don't have that kind of feeling so strongly. I think, and yet, with the globalization and development, every country in the world are creating a global elite, have created a global elite that think like the people in the US and some people in other developed countries, and who do not believe in climate change and only wishing to keep growth growing and keep. So, I mean, I would take a different kind of approach, and it's very nice of you to show this, that it's very well for each country to struggle, but this is really a collective action. It's a question of collective action, and what we see in COP, in various meeting each year, the progress is very slow, and so your country also has a global elite. Thailand, everybody has a global elite that think at a different plane, and that's why we cannot just operate at the Southeast Asia level. And I'm very happy that some of what's going on today at this meeting will be presented next year in COP, at COP next year, so that we will have a presence internationally and show our solidarity. So thank you for organizing this seminar. I think it's very fruitful as a beginning. So far, you see, Asia has been very inactive in this area, and I'm very happy to see that Siam Society, in the Siam Society, Thailand could make, could play a role with our Southeast Asian members. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Dr. Pasok. I would like to recognize the gentleman wearing a fedora hat, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Imtiaz Maqbul from Travel Impact Newswire. This question is for Dr. Pasok and Dr. Mohammed. There is a document known as the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Blueprint, which has been signed off by the heads of state of ASEAN as a legal document, a treaty of some kind. This actually gives NGOs, activists, media, rank and file people a legal backing to protest and demand checks and balances and accountability, because it's a document that has been signed off by the heads of state. It's called the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Blueprint, which I'm sure you've heard of, and it directly relates to the title of this conference, which is Cultural Wisdom. I'm just wondering, why is it that this document does not actually come up? Because it gives you a very strong legal mandate to fight back against some of these injustices and wrongdoings perpetuated by the elites themselves, which as Dr. Pasuk pointed out, they become part of the problem rather than part of the solution. So I'm just wondering, there seems to be a bit of a gap here which can be filled because we have the legal mandate to do it. Isn't it possible to bring that more to the forefront and do some table thumping that heads of state who have signed off on that document have got the moral and political responsibility to walk the talk? There's a question there somewhere, but I'm sure you get it.
Who would like to respond first, Dr. Pasok or Dr. Rivami?
I agree with you. I think something like that should be brought to the front in our discussion of culture, especially we're talking about Southeast Asia, right? Perhaps what happened is that each of us is focusing mainly on our area, that we kind of forget that there's to refer to an important piece of document that that can actually bring us together, right? So thank you very much. I think that would be my thought about why it wasn't brought to our discussion. Yeah.
You know that Southeast Asia, ASEAN as an institution has been a disappointment, hasn't it? We must admit that this Southeast Asian thing has been a disappointment. For a start, it was created, pushed by outsider for various objectives, which may not be local but international, and the political problems in Southeast Asia for growing too fast and moving too fast have left us with this heritage of political instability, I think, and I have no answer to this, and in a way, all of us are responsible. I haven't been paying much attention to the ASEAN as an institution at all, because I think it's not my area of expertise, and perhaps this is one area where if you have the next meeting, you've got to incorporate some of the guys from the institution, ASEAN institution, to come and listen to us as well, and try to push them, yeah. And it's not a fault of any one particular country. It's just happening. We are not good at this kind of thing. Head of state like to sign all kind of things so that they will appear in the media that they are signing something, but how much they pay attention to it is another matter. And this is a political problem all of us are facing, so we've got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pasok. I would like to recognize a young person. Celia, please.
Hello, this question is for speaker 2. So thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate that you mentioned transnationalism, especially as the overseas Vietnamese community really contributed a lot when Central Vietnam was going through a lot of natural disasters recently. So as you know, and some audience members may know, the overseas Vietnamese community in the US settled near the coast, in California, in the Gulf of Mexico, so Houston, New Orleans, and Florida. And the reason why is that fishing communities want to find places to fish and continue to practice their traditional wisdom in places far away from their homeland. So even when they became refugees and moved away, they still continue to practice their fishing wisdom. So I wanted to ask you what you thought about those similarities between our Vietnamese community in the homeland and in overseas. And I wanted to ask, aside from financial funding and remittance, which you talk about, how can the overseas community contribute to the homeland, and how can we utilize this global similarity and traditional wisdom? Thank you.
Dr. Wang?
Yes, thank you very much for your questions. Yes, I also done my research in New Orleans as well. I go to New Orleans to study the relationship with them, with the Vietnamese Americans in New Orleans, with the homeland in Vietnam. So I also explore how the fishing activities have been practiced in New Orleans, and I think that yes. In America, they can use a lot of modern technology to use in the fishing industry. So that's, for example, the modern engines that the ship can go longer and can provide more ice to keep the fish, keep the stream longer in the coastal area in the Gulf Coast. And so in the same time in Vietnam, the boats and the engine are less modern than the one in the US. So that's why I think the technology is an important differences between the community in Vietnam and the one in the US. But all of them, every time they go to fish in the offshore area, they always go to church and pray to God before the trip, and hope that the God will provide them safety and good catch after they return. So I think the faith, the Catholicism, the Catholic sense of the community is maintained internationally in Vietnam as well as in the US, because it become their community sense. So they consider themselves as Catholics, so they continue to practice the religion and then to consider their homeland parish as their original homeland, and they continue to provide funding and help the community in the homeland to recover after the storm, or even whenever the homeland parish requests any financial aid, they will organize some of the fundraising activities to help the homeland parish. So I think internationally, both the community abroad and the one in Vietnam, they are mutually connected through the religion and through the familiar networks. So I think it is still maintaining right now, and I think in the future they can. I think the advantages of the overseas Vietnamese abroad is money, so they can invest in Vietnam to rebuild their church and to rebuild the infrastructure and to try to maintain the traditional way of life in the homeland community.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. Any more questions? We actually have plenty of time. All right. Let me recognize the gentleman wearing light green shirt in front.
Well, Dr. Pasuk semi-addressed the question. This is an opinion question for you guys. Do you think that environmental redemption will really depend upon political revolution?
So I believe that the three speakers can address the question. Who would like to go first? Dr. Pasuk?
Well, you please tell me please tell us your definition of political revolution.
The people would have a voice in what policies are being determined, rather than that being confined to the elites that you were referring to.
Yes, in that case, I think I agree. But and we are, life is a struggle, right? And so I think we are in this country is also struggling to establish a people's voice, and we're not being inert over this issue. And I think in other countries also, they have not been negligent on this issue. But it's much more difficult than you think. I mean, developed countries have gone through their, much longer, and you went through the process before us. And the developed countries have had the advantage of having quite a long period of time for change. You talk about the Industrial Revolution in Europe, that was several hundred years ago. You talk about the economic change in this part of the world. It's only 1 or 2 generations, 30 to 60 years only. And this kind of dramatic change make it very difficult for people to adjust, mentally, culturally, and to fight against a power structure which has been accumulated over hundreds of years. It's not an easy matter. And although I agree with you, and we are fighting it, okay? But we also need to have presence internationally. Now, on the climate issue, Asia hasn't really have a global presence properly. Southeast Asia, in other words, and that's why I said this conference, this international conference, is very, very important, where so many countries are coming together and talking with the younger generation as well, not only the older generation. And I even think that the next thing we should do also is to try to make it go down to the secondary school people, children, to appreciate and to become part of the movement. I mean, direct political revolution can be very dangerous, right? As we all know. And this
I don't want
climate,
you to get into trouble.
this that I am very optimistic, and I'm very happy about this conference, because climate change is something that affects people commonly, and it's non-political in some ways. Non-political in the sense that it won't get us into trouble. It won't get us into jail by campaigning against climate change. But if we campaign on political revolution that you're talking about, we get into jail, or we had to go out of the country. But climate change is something that is kind of neutral, and we can all join. And the youngest generation should be conscientized in all countries. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Dr. Huang, would you like to share your perspective?
Yes, according to my idea, yes, I think political revolution should not be taken as a violent one, but it should be as a form of movement, of social movement, or of discussion widely in the national or internationally. So I think in Vietnam, for example, many communities in Vietnam has been silent and quiet for the policies or for the application of the policy to the community. So this community really need some kind of leadership or leader in the community to help voice the demand of the community for the climate change action. In Vietnam, we don't have a traditional system of receiving the voice of the people in the local communities. So I think with the international change right now, with the globalization right now, we can learn a lot of lessons from Southeast Asian countries to help the young leadership in Vietnam to use their talent and train it as community leaders to collect the voice of the community people, and then they can organize some kind of revolution in bracket and voice the demand of the community and make the state, make the government understand and recognize the role of the community for climate change action. Thank you.
Dr. Ivami.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me? All right. I'm a believer of political revolution. The people united can never be defeated. I can believe that. Happened to did some demonstration in New York and Chicago as well. My thought is this: when we return power to people, right? Sometimes people can be stupid too. Right, and we have seen a lot of revolution where people took over and then, a new elite emerged. There's the people power in the Philippines, the rakyat of Malaysia, So I think when we talk about a revolution, it's also a revolution in principles, a revolution of values, where we put environment top in our priority list. So that kind of revolution, I think, is needed and challenging the global discourse of capitalist-led globalization. And very much agree that we can't fight this alone, right? And if a particular country really champion this, the neighboring country say, well, okay, all the investors come over here, I'll support you. And that's why ASEAN fails in some. One of the reasons ASEAN fail, because we do not work collectively, right? And we have some members of the ASEAN countries who are very good at having this unilateral agreement. Simply put, I agree with the idea, but with two important caveats, I think. One is that the people need to have the right mindset with the right value system. The other thing is that it might work in some countries, might not work in some other countries. It depends, I think, in the context. I mean, Bernie Sanders, I would support, I guess, but he failed to win the Democratic nomination, right? So, anyways.
Thank you, Dr. Ivami. Now I would be taking a question from a young person. Okay, let me recognize Kola. Kola?
So this question will be for Dr. Huang. As the story of disaster that happens, so for the future developments of enhanced system of mitigation of disaster, so do they have any plan for future for the younger generation or now generation to well cooperate with the climate change adaptation and disaster prevention more collaboratively with the governments and also the local people?
Yes, thank you for the question. I also asked some people, local people, about how they deal with future storm or typhoon in the local areas. But most of the people didn't have a specific plan for the for dealing with the future storm or typhoon. But they explained that because of the young generation, they also migrated to the city, to big city to live. So therefore, in the fishing village, there are only the elderly people and the almost 60 years old people who continue practice fishing. So therefore, they don't have a clear plan to voice their demand and to make a route map to have a better response to climate change or to natural disaster in the future. So I hope that after this conference or after the voice of the climate change action can reach the local people, they can organize the community actions or use the church community to bring up the problem in the community, in the organization of the church, and organize people and to find a solution or to plan for the roadmap to deal with the natural disaster. And for the case of the Vietnamese in in New Orleans, for example, after the disaster of Katrina in 2005, the young leadership group has established, and they work very well in organizing the community and to listen to the weather prediction, and then they spread out the news through the community well in advance for the fishing community in New Orleans. So therefore, most of people can have planned to evacuate earlier. So I hope that this model can be bring back to the community in Vietnam, and then the young leaders can help the community to well prepare for the future disasters.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. We still have 6 minutes left, so we can perhaps take 2 to 3 more questions. Let me take the question from the woman wearing a green shawl.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Rosalind from Three Muses. My background is actually in corporate sustainability consulting. So I've actually advise some of these very big companies on sustainability, but my personal passion is in cultural wisdom, and I've always had a very strong belief, especially after many years in corporate sustainability consulting, I've come to realize actually the answer, I believe, is in traditional wisdom. So I'm so happy for this conference because I found a group of people who actually believe the same thing. Now, coming from a business background, I'm very interested in practical operational mechanisms by which we can create this revolution of principles and values. So I really appreciate Dr. Mohammed's point about decolonizing the social paradigm. I appreciated Dr. Pasuk talking about how do we get the global elite to shift, and also Kun Jim's question about, confronting reality. Because I think we're all largely in agreement here that there is a role for cultural wisdom, but how to transfer it and how to revolutionize in that way. So I just wanted to share an insight from my experience and then also ask if you've come across anything like this. So after I left consulting in corporate after 11 years, I kind of created my own venture, which involved at one point building relationships with the Akha tribes in Chiang Rai. And I particularly am interested in food culture, so I explored this with them, but it opened up a whole other world for me. And later I was able to bring executives to an executive retreat, experiencing the Akha way of life. So they were C-suite, power brokers, allocators of capital. They were suddenly sitting on the floor of a hut making chili paste and learning, being the students of the hill tribes. So, of course, some people had a more significant transformation than others, but there were people who just came up saying, "Oh my God, I didn't realize, and I feel, I've learned so much. I'm transformed." In your experience, have you seen, not necessarily things like this, but similar things where the global elite become humans and they undergo personal transformation, or we treat the global elite as human? Everybody is a human being. So those thoughts, those desires for power, it comes from an individual place. So it has to come from personal transformation. Have you seen similar things or other types of activities that have created that type of transformation in thought and values? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Let me do a quick one. Talking about corporate sustainability consulting and all that. Just now there was a question by, I forgot her name. What can we do together, right? One of the things we could do together is to come up with a certification, Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance certification, a logo, right? And then we say any organization who does A, B, C, D will have our certification. Who will certify? SEACHA will certify. So that is one way. And then we can promote the certification, right? That would be, and it's very effective if there's NGO behind it, there are advertising companies behind it, there's corporate communication executives behind it as well. So coming up with a common certification that we want to use as a benchmark to transform organization is one way we could work collectively, right? And this can be an outcome of our SEACHA conference. When you say, have I seen any example where there's transformation of the elites, right? There are two scenarios. One is the optics scenario. The elites go down and pretend to be part of the people, they dress up like one of them as well. So that's one scenario. The other scenario, which I have experienced in Vietnam, one of the best employee in Vietnam, Xuan Trang, Dr. Tri, he actually get the employees to help the patients, the clients, without having the media in. It's a CSR project, right? That's part of my research area, CSR project, that actually removes the media, hence giving more credibility to the project and brings up that idea that we are doing this out of our hearts. And that is real transformation of the organization. And to show that organization can really do real sincere stuff without having the PR slant. Anyway, that's my thought about it. Right. Thank you.
Dr. Pasok, would you like to respond also?
I haven't had any personal experience with the kind of elite you were talking about. I cannot answer. But I just wonder if this kind of thing is, it's like the elites also would like to have some kind of holidays, don't they? And it could be anything. How it affects them is the question. Did you follow? Have they changed after? Did you follow that?
Can I add a little bit here as a moderator?
I can't answer your question.
I'm not an academician, but if you saw my CV, I've spent all my life with the power elites, all right? And I actually sit on a board right now of a major Thai multinational company. I can't speak for everyone, but there are processes and programs in place that are beginning to push large companies, particularly the whole Dow Jones Industrial Average. I think you know the Sustainability Index and the movement and within the Sustainability Index to actually have third-party certification of all the things that the companies have said they will do and have done in order to qualify is a major step forward. Certification is not going to be easy. The company that I'm with work very, very hard to make sure that the things that they are saying they're doing with respect to ESG is really happening. At the flip side, the whole problem, of course, is the issue of stakeholder versus shareholder and the continued need to show profitability, increasing growth, etc. So it is a dilemma. It is a very difficult issue, but I do think that there are companies that are striving. Certainly, Exxon is a terrible example, right? But there is a flip side. There are very good companies who are really trying hard there. I wanted to take just a moment to talk about maybe some other issues. So many great comments have been made here. My personal observation as a non-academician is, talking on a very macro level and then showing very strong community level developments. That's wonderful. My concern is with youth and the whole issue of the politics that was raised is, and I think Ajahn Pasu and I talked about this the other day, is that many young political activists are concerned about personal freedoms, independence, democracy, etc. And yet some of them possibly may not be aware of the greater long-term detrimental effects of climate change. The question then is, You know, is there going to be enough awareness for those political activists to turn their attention away, possibly from political change to actual, real climate change? Because ultimately, the world that we've left for them in 50 years is going to be somewhat unlivable. And I would hope that the youth here understands that. Political change is great, but climate change is going to affect your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Camille. Would the speakers like to respond to Kun Camille's reflections?
And may I say something here? I think that the kind of political change the young people are demanding will have enormous implications on policy making in climate change. I can't talk about other countries, but certainly in this country, the high concentration of political power, particularly in the hands of the military, and is really moving us backward. We can't trust generals to understand the intricacies of the issue of climate change. So I think that we can't just dismiss their interest in political as not being concerned with the climate issue. It is related.
And if I may also add a perspective coming from a young person, that I believe that politics and climate change action are inseparable, that both of them go together, and that climate action would require collective actions. And with collective actions, that would mean democratic processes and participation of course, young people, more and more young people, awareness, yes, but also at the same time, it shouldn't just end with awareness-raising initiatives, really, but how do we really move it forward and get that support to be able to transform these into tangible actions? So perhaps we hope that it happens now, but pragmatically speaking, I believe it's still a very long way to go, also considering the diversity of political structures in Southeast Asia. I mean, I come from the Philippines, and being a climate activist, I don't recognize myself as a climate activist, but a cultural heritage advocate. But just by being branded as a climate activist, in a way is a bit dangerous in my country because of red tagging and all these political associations. But I would like to recognize other young people in the room, if you would like to react with regard to that. Joshua, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there is you guys talk about ASEAN and also and a little bit context on youth giving a priority on certain issues. I like to put them all together. So I think there's a different perspective where youth in South Asia need to approach certain issue. And first thing that we have to bear in mind, most of the ASEAN member states are very top-bottom society. So a lot of the strategies that we learn to influence change is a bottom-top approach. And for many, it's quite difficult to influence the government in the sense. And there's not really a lot of a concept note for youth, or how can we work from a top-bottom approach. I think that's one thing that we need to address. And I've asked this multiple times, like how can we have is there someone or a concept note or something that can teach us how to work with, I would say, governments that deal things from a top-bottom approach. And as you can, and you said as well, it is climate action doesn't discriminate. It affects all types of form of government. It's just how we need to strategize. I think that's one thing we could acknowledge. My second point is, getting businesses involved is one of the more difficult things. I guess some are already kind-hearted, and we can see that shift right now with the establishment of ESG and many CSR focusing on climate reality projects. And you may argue that it is greenwashing to some extent. But I think ASEAN as an organization are very economic centric. So sometimes when you give them solution, they want to also, okay, you give green solution, okay, this is how we try to help the trees, or try to rehabilitate the ecosystem, and then they're like, what is the economic incentive here? And sometimes it can be frustrating, but for me, since I've been a little bit touching on the nudges, working with the ASEAN world, I would say, I try to kind of learn how to give some form of monetary incentive for them to like consider, oh, okay, maybe we can look at this approach. So yeah, that's my two questions.
So because of the very engaged audience, we are actually extending until 12:15, so 5 minutes more. So if you still have questions, we can still recognize and answer them. Let me recognize Komori. Komori?
Hi, I have a question regarding decolonization. So we see a lot of decolonizing efforts in current museums. For example, the British Library has returned looted Yogyakarta manuscripts to Indonesia. They have also digitized the physical copies for the public. I wonder, what are your opinions regarding restitution of objects, whether those efforts are enough for decolonizing, like prior colonial powers, or is there still a power dynamic or a power play between previously colonial powers who have previously engaged in looting objects and subjects of colonization? Thank you.
Shall I answer the question?
Yes, Dr.
Right.
Ivani,
Okay.
please.
Very, very good question you have there. The presentation that I made was mainly addressing our Southeast Asian audience. Yeah? But if you're talking about restoring justice, there's a term called rectificatory justice, which means to rectify the sins of the past, right? And it is part of Aristotelian philosophy. So if us children, right, leading a happy life, a prosperous life, but we have a neighbor who's poor, right? But we say, it is not my fault that you're poor, but if my father stole the property from your father, right, and then both of them passed away, but I benefited from the stolen goods or stolen properties of my father, then it is just for me to rectify the sins of the past because I have benefited from it. So if you look at the Netherlands, the British, they actually Portuguese times, because Malaysia is colonized by Portuguese, Dutch, British, Japanese, and then British again. They built their country at the back of the slaves of the of us developing countries mainly, right? So if you're talking about restoring justice, then they will need to repay, rectify the sins of their ancestors. Right? If you're talking about that, right? Returning artifacts is very important. It's the first step. But if you're talking about rectifying the mistakes, the sins, the crimes of the past, right? There must be more than that should have been done, right? That would be my thought. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivami. I would just like to recognize also the question that was asked by our online audience. The person who asked this question is Apit Chai. He or she said, I agree with you, Dr. Rivani, that the concept of commons should be more widely revitalized. There is, of course, the British Commonwealth, which had been in existence for quite some time with a specific aim in mind. Would you agree that perhaps we should create a commonwealth, spelled with a small c, in the true sense of the word, to address the issues we are facing today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think there should be commonwealth of a lot of different things, right? Commonwealth of people, the NGOs, commonwealth, all of us must come together. But what's important is we need to have, fair representation in the system, in the system that we establish. Otherwise, again, we'll go back to the, a ruling elite dominating the discourse and the agendas, right?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rivani. We only have 1 minute left. I don't know if you still have a question. Still have a question? All right. Okay, so this would be the last question that we would be taking before we go for lunch. Yes, sir, please. Okay, Elliot is going to give you. Yes.
Yeah, just curious to gain your input on the representation of the so-called indigenous community in the practice. Many times in Indonesia, you need to understand whether this is a true representation or a misrepresentation. Many times, for example, in the Ikayan Nusantara case, there is suddenly an emerging communities, local communities emerging, and there are waves of them. They call themselves Dayaks, yeah. But then after we scrutinize, most of them, probably 9 out of the 10, they are not the true, real communities. They are representation of either elites or a representation of either local rulers or even political parties behind them, or even the military sometimes. And the ultimate objective is to gain access to land or gain access to whatever the wealth being poured in, because our government will spend a lot of money in this area. So it happens also in Yogyakarta, I suppose, if this is not managed well. The street vendors along the Malioboro, in the past, before it's being so-called managed well, it was actually haunted by so-called the local sort of brokers, yeah? And they are doing this in the name of the communities. So how do we deal with this so-called ill intent or probably misrepresentation of the people who's using the name of the indigenous communities? Thank you.
Dr. Rivani.
Okay. I mean, there are 2 levels in answering that, right? One is the significance of indigenous representation in the wealth that's been generated in that area. So in Yogyakarta, for instance, Malioboro, a lot of them are from Minang, from Sumatra, from Minang, from locals. They are not from Jawa, not from Jawa Tengah. Sorry.
Central Java.
Central Java, sorry, from Central Java, right? That happens in Jakarta. The Batawis, right?
Yeah.
The local, the indigenous people, the Putra Daerah, the term in Indonesia, are being marginalized as well, right? I remember going to Parapat in Sumatra, north of Sumatra, the Batak, the Christian Bataks. They feel they've been colonized, they're being marginalized as well as when they have a factory set up, then they're not representing them. The Papuans, right, have the same emotion. I remember I'm an outsider. Carry out research over there. They said, if the wealth of Newport, which is the biggest mine biggest gold mine in the world, right, is passed down to them, then not only them will be rich, the children will be rich, right? Yeah. So the issue here is this: whenever there's development, right, whenever there's wealth being generated, the indigenous people of that group must be recognized, must be shared. The wealth must be shared with them. There should not be any argument against this, but that's not happening, right? I think what's happening with the new proposed administrative center of Indonesia, Nusantara in Borneo, there are many dynamics behind that story too. I think part of it is the political elites the local political elites try to assert the presence there, right? Yeah. The other part is to demonstrate that, that Jakarta is not imposing on the people of Kalimantan, right? People of Borneo, right? So to show that they are engaging with there's local engagement with the people there. But then, the structures in Indonesia is such that oftentimes it is represented by the LSM, by the Ormas, by the different types of NGOs. So that has probably more to do with the systems in the society more than the problem of not having them in. So the idea is the government has to do a due process kind of thing to identify the locals in that area instead of letting these power players do the job.
Many times the selection process is by formal, means you have to submit a legal entity, etc., etc. And nowadays, even making it worse, they're making it online. So some of this indigenous society, they don't even have internet connection. So the formal sort of like procedures become a hindrance for them. Yeah, I think this is something that we need to.
So we have technology that alienates the local, right? And sometimes alienate me too, like.
Depending where we are, which era we are come from. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, recognizing that I believe that our stomachs are grumbling now, perhaps it's time for lunch. So I would like to extend our gratitude to our distinguished speakers this afternoon, Dr. Ivani, Dr. Pasuk, and Dr. Huang. Thank you very much for your valuable insights and perspectives. And just to wrap up really quickly, we learned a lot today about how Dr. Ivani's presentation, how he emphasized the decolonization of paradigms from property, knowledge, and development, from Dr. Pasuk's really engaging discourse on how elite politics influence climate action or inaction, and also from Dr. Huang's confrontation of realities and disasters through a very good case study in Vietnam through community resilience that has been strengthened by religion. I believe that I would just really like to summarize this into one sentence that was actually engaged by Dr. Rivani, that people united can never be defeated. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's enjoy our lunch.
Thank you very much to both of our moderators and our speaker, especially Ajahn Pasuk for stepping in at the last minute in the absence of two earlier planned speakers. So thank you. Khop kun krab. And also, may I take this opportunity to thank Thai Bev and also the Embassy of Indonesia for our scrumptious scrumptious snacks and beverages this morning. And just before we go off to lunch, this afternoon we have quite a long session of lunch so that you can continue the discussion. I'm sure there's a lot of thought-provoking and interesting things that you can discuss more. But if you have time, we have the Kam Tieng House and also the library that remains open in case you need to visit. And the last point for me for now is that all of the session has been put on live stream since the first day. So now you can find them online on our Facebook page. And we'll resume back at 1:45. Yeah? Thank you.
I'm so sorry for all of the speakers. If I could ask you to stay for 1 minute just for an announcement.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch. The weather is hot outside, but it's rather comfortable and cold in here. So I hope you won't get sleepy in the afternoon. This is our final afternoon already. But before we proceed to the last session today, can I please ask you all who are sitting in the back to move further up a little bit? It feels a little bit lonely to have like the first few rows kind of quite empty here. Then I think you all can engage more in the discussion that is about to happen in the afternoon. All right. Just before we begin the last session for today, there's something that Kun Jim would like to share with you.
Good afternoon. This morning, Ajahn Pasuk said that the Southeast Asians have been fairly quiet in the global discourse on climate change, but that she sees this conference as the beginning of Southeast Asia speaking up on the global stage. And many of you, I think, have already informally in our meetings and meals met Andrew Potts, but I'm now going to formally introduce him to you and ask him to come up and speak to you a bit about how we can carry the message of this conference and the message of Southeast Asia to a global stage. Andrew is the director of a group called Climate Heritage Network, CHN, which is under ICOMOS, the global forum that works on cultural heritage connected with UNESCO. And he's got some very exciting news to share with everybody. And that will be one of the channels. He will outline one of the channels by which we will take this message forward over the next year. In addition, of course, Chris has spoken to you this morning about how there will be a couple of publications coming out to carry this message forward. And I think we all need to start brainstorming other ways in which we can bring the message both to a global audience and also to our Southeast Asian home countries using digital media and various other techniques. So I'd like to invite Andrew to come up and tell us what has been agreed about the role of SEACHA and the Siam Society in COP28 at the end of this year. Andrew, please.
Well, thank you, Jim, for that kind introduction. As you heard, my name is Andrew Potts, and I'm the coordinator of the Climate Heritage Network, the CHN. The CHN was founded in 2019 by 75 different culture, heritage, and arts organizations around the world who felt like the cultural dimension was missing from climate action, planning, and policy, and frankly, at the same time, that many cultural institutions and ministries of culture had not taken on board the imperatives of the climate emergency. So how do we mobilize culture for climate action? That's the question the CHN was founded to address. So over the past few years, we've been working on these questions. We've been growing and growing. We've now grown to about 300 networks that are within the CHN, representing about 200,000 cultural institutions, libraries, archives, museums, heritage sites, craft and creative industries, archaeology, fine arts, performance, dance, poetry, literature, digital, you name it, the full spectrum of culture from arts to heritage. We just went through a strategic planning process, and we met with climate scientists, climate activists, youth around the world, and we asked them the question, what do you think the world needs from culture in terms of tackling the climate crisis? And one of the key answers that we got back is that the world needs help imagining what a post-carbon, just climate resilient future might look like. Now, some people don't like this word imagination. They think it's sort of the opposite of action. I don't want to just imagine and think about work. I want to do the work. I want to be an activist on the ground. But one of the observations that was made is that climate planning and policy, it really lacks a positive vision of what does a just post-carbon world look like. Bangkok. If Bangkok was zero carbon, if there was no oil and gasoline in Bangkok, what would Bangkok look like? What would living in Bangkok feel like? People can't imagine this. They don't have a vision of what it would be like to be in a more just post-carbon, climate-resilient world. And so one thing that culture, arts, and heritage brings is the ability to help people construct narratives, imagine what a post-carbon just world looks like, and then take action to get there. Of course, then take action to get there. And so this is what we've been focusing on at the CHN. How can cultural bodies, cultural organizations, museums, libraries, ministries of culture, local people, traditional knowledge bearers make this contribution to climate planning and climate action? There are a couple key ways that we think are relevant. One is that, and we've heard all of these past couple days. One is that the ways we used to build, live, get around, the knowledge systems we have from a pre-carbon era, from the era before we were addicted to fossil fuels, can help us imagine a post-carbon era. Pre-carbon living is a template for post-carbon living. So that's one. The second is the knowledge systems, the cosmovisions, the values of local peoples and indigenous peoples that were never co-opted by the take, make, waste, extractive economic systems that gave us climate change. The values and cosmovisions and knowledge of those peoples can help critique unsustainable ideas of progress. Those are the peoples that we should be supporting. We should be accomplices to those people, and we should be empowering those people to be in charge of land, of sovereignty, and of making climate policy. So that's another way culture can help drive transformative climate action. And a third is through the arts. Arts have always played the role of helping people critique inherited assumptions, the status quo, business as usual, challenging people to think differently. And so if we can mobilize these different vectors of arts, culture, and heritage, can really play a role in transformative climate action. And so how do we make these priorities of ministries of culture, of cultural NGOs, of museums, of libraries, of archives, of craft, of creative industries? And how do we convince climate policymakers, ministries of environment, ministries of climate, engineers, physicists, chemists, that this cultural dimension is not just a nice to have, it's a crucial dimension of transformative change? How do we have more conversations about climate change in the culture world, and how do we have more conversations about climate? How do we have more conversations about climate in the culture world, and how do we have more conversations about culture in the climate world? So this is the kind of work the CHN has been doing for the last 3 years. Because I have this position of coordinator, I get to travel around the world and go to a lot of events, sort of like the one you've had the last 3 days. And I want to just share with you 2 observations from now having attended this event, but having also attended other climate change and cultural heritage events on now actually every continent. The first is that you are not alone. So your instinct, your passion, your research that tells you that culture and climate intersect, that the intersection of these 2 things is important, is exactly right. And you're not alone in this intuition, in this finding. All across the world, people are waking up to the critical role that culture plays in climate change. And so my first message to you is that you have advocates, you have allies around the world. But having said that, the second thing is that I don't think any of the events I have attended around the world have been like this one the last 3 days. This event has really been singular, I might even say unique in my experience, in terms of assemblies that have come together to talk about culture and climate change. Why? A couple reasons. First, the presence of youth. Bravo to the youth that have been animating this conference the last 3 days. I mean, there are definitely youth dimensions, youth advocates, youth wings of other cultural heritage and climate change efforts around the world, but I don't know that any of them have had the element of youth leadership that I have seen. It's one thing to include youth, it's another thing to have a youth-led event. Those aren't the same thing. And so the element of youth leadership has really been extraordinary, and I congratulate you on that. The sort of interdisciplinarity of it, interdisciplinarity is one of those things that is more talked about than achieved, I think. And I've been in a lot of rooms where people from the same discipline are talking to each other about the importance of interdisciplinarity. But here, I really, the way that you've sort of seamlessly moved through a lot of different disciplines and also the spiritual and religious dimensions, connecting a lot of different things together, I think is unusual. And then finally, now I'm talking, this is a niche observation, but for a cultural heritage audience, to not have 9/10 of the panels be about built heritage, about historic buildings, about palaces and cathedrals and tangible monuments is unusual. And it's valuable and important. And so whether or not that is a distinctly Asia-Pacific perspective, or whether or not historic preservation colleagues around the world are just myopic and could have a similarly diverse engagement with culture, I don't know. But it's distinctive, I think, what you accomplished here. And so I really just congratulate you on this event, which from my perspective is globally significant and unique, what you have done the last 3 days. I want to stress that. And it's especially noteworthy that it's important that you've done it, and I emphasize its global significance for a particular reason, and that is that 2023 will, of course, have a UN climate conference, a COP. They have one every year. This will be COP28. But maybe you know COP28 is the Asia-Pacific COP. Every COP has a regional focus. It's the way the UN operates. We just finished COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, which was the Africa COP. COP26 in Glasgow was the Europe COP. COP25 was the South America COP. COP29 next year will move to somewhere like Prague. It will be the Eastern European COP. Every COP has a regional focus. And they cycle around every 5 years. So COP28 is the Asia-Pacific COP. So it'll be a COP like usual, but it should have a particular emphasis on the Asia-Pacific region. Now, the UN FCCC, the UN Climate Agency, Asia-Pacific region, is big. It goes from Cyprus to Tonga, not including Australia and New Zealand, which are not in the Asia-Pacific region for the UN FCCC purposes. So it's a big region, but nonetheless, that gigantic piece of the earth, it's meant to be the focus of COP28. COP28 is also the year where we think we might get a breakthrough in terms of the recognition by the UN Climate Agency of the importance of the cultural dimensions of the climate crisis. We have been working on this for years now, the CHN, but others. We've had little breakthroughs. At COP26, we had the first ever bilateral meeting of ministers of culture at a COP. Ministers from every sector go to the COP. They probably get 100 ministers of transport, 120 ministers of finance, all the ministers of energy, but almost never ministers of culture. And it's a little bit symbolic, but it's also, the symbolism has a reason, right? If there are high-level decisions being taken and the high-level advocates of your sector aren't there, it means you're not in the high-level decisions. And so it's more than just symbolism, having ministers of culture at a COP. And we built on that at Sharm el-Sheikh. We had 6 ministers of culture at the first ever multilateral meeting of ministers of culture under the sponsorship of the COP presidency. We also got culture taken on board in some of the political decisions taken at the COP. For the first time ever in history, the phrase cultural heritage appears in the cover decision taken by the COP at Sharm el-Sheikh. Also, the global goal on adaptation, which is a really consequential global process to develop a parallel goal for adaptation to the 1.5 degree goal on mitigation, identifies cultural heritage as a priority theme, and it defines traditional knowledge as a cross-cutting theme. And so that means that as national governments, as the UN goes in developing the topic of goals for climate adaptation, they have to take account of cultural heritage. It's the first time something like this has happened. But we don't have comprehensive sectoral engagement by the UN of cultural heritage. We think we might be able to get that at COP28 at Dubai, which is where the meeting will be, because the United Arab Emirates is in the Asia-Pacific region for the UN purposes. So, a couple things are coming together that are quite noteworthy. The first, building on efforts from the past years, we are at a place where we may be able to elevate culture as a topic within the UN climate agenda, and it's the Asia-Pacific COP. So I think this is quite a remarkable convergence. I'm going to call it a serendipity, to use a favorite word of mine. Now, what does this have to do with SEACHA? In order to realize this moment, in order to truly have culture taken on board on par with other sectors, other dimensions, at COP28, we need a robust presence of Asia-Pacific cultural voices. Basically, we need to take the last 3 days, we need to take the speakers, and we need to send them to Dubai. We need these voices inserted into the policy debates in Dubai. How do we do that? Well, we have to raise some money for bursaries, for travel support. We have to find you blue zone passes. It's the ticket to the party, the pass that gets you into the diplomatic zone, and we need to slot you in to consequential discussions where policy is being debated. But we have laid a foundation and we have for this, and I have heard the last 3 days messages which I know will resonate, messages which point the way to moving from a failed system of climate planning and policy that has failed, that we're not achieving 1.5. We have climate planning and policy that focuses on new technology, it focuses on capitalist, market-based solutions. What it doesn't focus on, people-based solutions, people-centered solutions, place-based solutions, traditional knowledge, all the things that have been talked about these days. If we can elevate these conversations at the COP, I think we can have this breakthrough. And so what I'm excited to announce is that the Climate Heritage Network is going to enter into a partnership with SEACHA and with the Siam Society, along with the chair of our Culture at COP28 Working Group, which is the Petra National Trust in Jordan, Her Royal Highness Princess Dana Faras, and PNT and SEACHA and the Siam Society, representing the 2 poles of the Asia-Pacific region, from Jordan all the way to Southeast Asia, working together to try to bring these voices we've heard the last 3 days to the COP, to Dubai. I couldn't be more excited about this. I want to thank Kun Paik and the Siam Society for having the vision to take this next step. Siam Society and SEACHA have named Momo Lin to be the focal point for this effort with the support of the Siam Society Secretariat. We will combine them with our colleagues in United Arab Emirates and Jordan and around the world, and hopefully we will have the most robust, consequential engagement by cultural actors with Asia-Pacific cultural voices leading the way in Dubai. And so to all the people that made the possibility of this announcement, Jim Stent, to everyone, Kanita, thank you so much. So exciting, so much to come, and I hope you will all be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrew Port. I like when you say what the world needs from culture now in terms of climate action. I think that's the quick questions. And I think the news is very exciting and it's very comforting as well as very promising for us who share the same vision. So see you all in Dubai, I guess. All right, so we'll proceed to the last session today, which will be led by Dr. Widodo. Our favorite gentleman. Okay. So it's a youth call for sound climate action. Can I please have Dr. Widodo and also the representative from our youth up on the stage, please?
Okay, so this is not sessions. This is more like reflections. Now, you will be in Dubai. We will be in Dubai. So, rather than to make a conclusion, this is it's not a conclusion because it's just a continuity or something that is still going on. The target is the world now. So I just want you one by one, representing your friends there, the youth. What is your take about this 3 days conference? And what is your action plan? So you may speak freely, and you can call any one of your friends to come together and you conclude this conference. So it's not me to make conclusions, but you are to make actions, future plan.
I would sorry, Jess. I will start with the word climate change make us emotion. Climate change made emotions on the riverbanks is effective for the small fish. Local fishermen, sensitive group to get this effect. Increasing of water temperature make me cannot see some species that I have been seeing when I was child. Indigenous people who living in the forest, who have their own cultural wisdom to protect the forest, now they get to chase out because of the land certificate. Also, one thing that is make climate change is the issue is the waste. We don't have proper recycle waste system since the beginning. I can say that from the conference, I see many discussion, but overall, I feel that at the moment we are solve the problem in the wrong way. We are not holistic to solve the problem yet. People, resources, or any budget separate everywhere. For myself, I have backgrounds on the trainer, on the people and culture. Today, I want to representative the youth, Lao youth, to calling for education and educate of the climate change. We have a lot of subjects, we had a lot of major that we study, but really less major that discussing directly to the climate change. So the problem is still keep going on. Imagine this, if you have a child, and then when they come back and say, hey, today I know how to separate the waste. Or maybe your high school child tell you that I joining the campaign of the forest, how happiness you are. So I want to calling to have more education on climate change. My previous background is HR manager. I hiring the people and terminate the people as well. In the future, if my staff, or maybe your staff, don't have the knowledge about the climate change, they will get terminated as well. Today, I would like to connect the education, the academics, and the career path of the climate change. Last word that I want to say, in the future, won't have a job that destroy the world. Thank you.
Yes. Couldn't think that was how I was supposed to follow up with that, but that was amazing. Thank you. Okay, so for me, my name is Wida, I'm from Indonesia, and for me, these 3 days of conference gave us all, and personally me, a lot of things to reflect. For once, it reminds me that at one point, I was afraid of the future. I was afraid because since things are already like this for my generation. Some of us are anxious as to whether we will be able to afford homes, buying homes from ground up. And some of us are, especially us who live in big cities, we breathe polluted air, and some of us getting old on the road due to traffic jams. And even some of us are dying early from unbalanced diet, lack of sleep, and hustle culture. And I myself have lost a few colleagues that way, and some too many to my comfort. And if it's already like this in my generation, then how about the next generation? Will the next generation have to breathe even more polluted air? Will the next generation even have the luxury to have roofs over their heads or live in a humane environment? Or will they have to live in cramped spaces which gets flooded once or twice a year? And then this is the things that sometimes I used to think, sometimes I'm still thinking, when lie down and unable to sleep. Yeah, but just wondering and worrying about the future. But this conference, and not just this conference actually, but the months leading down to it, all the way from August when we youth representatives first come together for a workshop preparing for this conference. Now this whole process actually finally gives me a name to this fear. It is the mindset. It is the irrational race of everyone chasing the same thing, like fighting to get to the top, to whatever it is at the top of the pyramid. And whatever it is that made people choose to buy or build things that just because they can, not because they need. And this is a world of abundance. We can get things easier than ever. We can get food faster and probably most of the time cheaper. And clothes, we have more clothes than we might need in a lifetime. And we can travel faster than ever now. But despite all this reality of convenience of the developed world, the fear I had for the future is that one day these things will inevitably run out. And this conference, while it gives me the name to this fear that I'm feeling, actually also gives me hope. Because all these 3 days, we get to see real-life examples of communities with wonderful initiatives to make efforts towards sustainability, supporting marginalized people, and we get also to also see real-life businesses that is striving towards sustainable production, like the seaweeds of Group 2, right? And then we also get to see examples of indigenous people and communities that with spirituality and connection to the nature that we can absolutely learn from a lot if only we take the time to sit down and hear their voices. And it gives me hope that not everyone is in this irrational race to see who consumes things faster. And but there are this conference proves that there are real attempts and efforts and energy to try and salvage our future. Right. Let me take a break first. Not yet. Right. Okay, but this is also the truth that living with the mindset towards sustainability, that to consume things with moderation and consideration, it is indeed harder, and it comes with more costs, sometimes in finances and also sometimes in efforts. And we have seen multiple cases these past 3 days that we need more brain cells, more discussions and more efforts to communicate, to design something sustainable for both humans and for nature. And we also need to pay more money for local clothes, right? So for local clothes made by hands of local people, rather than maybe those on sale in the department stores. And also I remember one of the comments from yesterday said that houses that made with natural materials may cost more because the materials are rarer. Yes, so Yeah, some may say that why torturing ourselves getting the slower and at times more expensive product when they are the faster or sometimes cheaper product. Well, it makes sense. Maybe it is easier to live with the flow, to grab the stock while it lasts, and to pray that the comeback will not come in our generation. But but if we think about what it is going to do to our next generation, then maybe maybe if we struggle now, if we have this mindset towards sustainability now, then maybe it is a good price to pay for the future. The extra effort might be worth it. And well, my point is, sustainable way of living, it is the harder road. And as it stands, if we go around it individually, or even through small communities, it is doable, but it is going to be an uphill battle. We, as individuals, we can promote things. We can promote ideas and stories through social media, and we can also wear things from our local productions and tell the stories to the world, but that can only do so much. We can still help perhaps communities striving towards sustainability in this way, starting from ourselves, but there will be limitations. It is undeniable that the needs for support is a lot more than that. And some groups may need adequate health care for them, especially if they're affected by climate change. Some groups may need opportunity for education, or perhaps even network or platform for voices to be heard. There are a lot of things that needed to be done, and also across different boards. So from what I think is, it all boils down to a willingness from policy and decision makers to work together with these communities. And not just as a token or just to check out the inclusivity box, or just maybe to make headlines to proper prestigious, but to actually work together with people whose mindset is not to chase the top of the pyramid, but to that of balance and connection with nature. And with people that actually practices it, that actually walk the talk, and has the capacity to teach us to be the forefront of this. That is from me. Thank you very much.
Check. Well, putting a little bit things onto what my colleague Lydia has already well explained that. So I confidently say I'm not an expert nor a very professional in my backgrounds, but I confidently say that I'm a concerned citizen, quoted from Leonardo DiCaprio. Well, so basically what we have been taking away from this 3 days conference since the kick-off, the first day up to this hour, there have been kind of like bunch of words that we have been hearing, listening to from one person to another, sharing in every occasion during this conference as well. So what actually I have been thinking of representing my colleagues and personally me, we just need to listen. So we have so many words that coming out from our mind, but why don't we spare time to listen? So talking about listen, who we should listen to? So climate change is undeniably exist. Climate change exists, right? So climate change has negatively impacted our community, people who are living in the very high buildings or have been negatively impacted, right? But what have been surprisingly happening is my family in Banyak Island, or some of my colleagues in a very, very village or remote area, surprisingly negatively impacted by people, but we can say well-educated but mentally stupid people who have been using their roles to misleading way, right? So we can say people who are innocent community also have been impacted to this. So what I mean is by listening here is on this stage, why don't we just listen to our back to our community. Who are the indigenous community? Indigenous community, or like our local community. Back to them, like sit on the table, like have a very, it doesn't have to be like very academic words that you don't have to say to them, we are in danger, this is climate crisis. My friends already, that company already contribute for the carbon emissions a lot. They literally don't understand this. So what we need is to talk to our community, look for your community, seek for the community that will be connected to your passions. So no matter who you are, no matter who we are, but we have the same concern. We want to be an agent of change of this climate tackling. So we already get our platforms, and we already have community to listen to. So why don't we just like start now? So from now on, we get out of our conference, we pack our bag back to the place that we are from, and then look for them, because they actually matters, and we can just connect them to the people, policymakers, decision makers. So this is actually how our connections works, like just pretty much basically like that. So that's all from me. Thank you.
I'm the last one. How can I top that base comment over there? Oh. Yeah, right. So after the past few days, what I felt is a little bit shocked and curious, because like from the first day, I feel impressed by the presentation of our panels, especially like Ajahn Rasami, who present how inclusivity, how involved, how diversity we are, yet we are one in here in this land. But something might have gone wrong all of this time that we didn't do well for these past decades, that we are now such we are like a stranger to each other. We are all of our like culture and everything tend to be disappear day by day, and we still, someone still like don't know about that, and that was shocked, isn't it? So for me, after listening to the inspiring panels, I also see that all of these are the evidence to show that our wisdom, our know-how, our beliefs and traditions explain the nature of where we live, the place we live in every day. There are always reasons, like behind Steelhouse in Chao Phraya River, why do we need Steelhouse? There is the reason behind all the bricks in Penang, why do we need to have those kind of bricks? Why do you need limestone? It's also explanation for the proverb of currents, why we need to conserve the river, the mountains. It's just like that in the big scale, in the small scale, but now the lack of communication and various organs just tend to disconnect us. Because like after I do the research in our panel, we're doing the linguistic topic, a lot of messages wasn't delivered well. And the lack of understanding also create this division of nature, culture, and people in the worst case. And we all need to get back to that, to see like how can we understand each other back again and make the communication functional, know our diversity, and create a better connection among ourselves. Not just generation gap, not just local and authority, even among authorities, sometimes they don't talk well. And for example, in the heritage site, there is no single heritage site with a value of culture or a nature. They both are there. And culture can enrich the nature. We can use that as a tool to protect nature, while nature is where we live every day. So it's our home, basically. So it's that bond. I don't know, maybe the constructed governing might divide that a little bit in this decade, but still, the communication is the key to bond that all together back again. So after talking with our colleagues and after all of this research and all the evidence that our Kai panelists put up here in the very room, I think that we still have hope, like what Vidya just said, to born out once again in this and stop neglecting the diversity of our region and really continue to do our best and connect to more people, communicate more, understand more, and in some case, listen a little bit more to all of the messages that is out there, all the information, research, scientific proof that our cultural wisdom is in need to be heard and is in need to bridge the gaps that is existed in our society now today. So it is all about the voices that needs to be heard. And it's not just all our voices, four of us here on stage. We would like to hear also our friend who sit over there, because many times the youth voices is a little bit quieter than adult or something. So please, our friend over there, SEACHA youth representative, can you please sending us some voice? Let us hear what you guys think over these 4 days, and maybe echoing what we have missed. Anyone with a hand? Kamari.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think from the past 3 days, I've learned a lot, and there's been discussion about sustainable living. I would like to point out that we, of course, support local textiles and local production, but it does not have to be at a high price point. It does not have to be gatekeep among people who can afford it. For people who do not have the means to, say, endorse sustainable production of textiles, perhaps just wear like the same t-shirt you're wearing like week to week, or just stop buying shirts or thrift. There's so many ways to lead a sustainable lifestyle that does not have to be gatekeeped among certain groups of people, for one. And my second point is that I try a lot to go to a diverse array of conferences, just to not be pigeonholed or not engage in an echo chamber type of mindset. When I talk about culture, I also want to talk about climate action. When I talk about indigenous languages, I also want to talk about traditional wisdom. So always engage in, an open mind and try to engage with a lot of different people, because as we've mentioned before, I believe that the word activist or advocate is sometimes branded as something that is not ideal in certain types of communities or society, but perhaps we're also just people who are very curious to learn more, and people who just want to represent our communities in different aspects of life and living. Yeah.
Anyone else want to speak up some voices that I might miss? Oh, Jun. Jun.
Oh, hi. First of all, I want to thank the Siam Society and SEACHA for organizing this conference. I think that being a youth, we do have a bit of a different perspective towards sustainability and what we demand and what we want. I would really like to take this opportunity because there are also quite many people who are young at heart, right, and quite well established in the community. I think what we can offer as young people is to also provide an alternative viewpoint towards certain established industries, and how we could bridge together the projects they are working on, and with also public listed companies or established industries in maybe developing their CSR projects and having a better sustainability footprint in the market. So I'm really hoping that through this conference we're not also just trying to raise awareness, but also be able to network and also have working opportunities with the established industries and bringing our viewpoints and actions into the market for a more sustainable, I use the word too much, for more long-term growth and prosperity. Yeah. Happy Chinese New Year.
Thank you, June. Can someone pass him big glass of water? Oh yeah, we have Alfred over there.
Hello. Actually, when I listened to the voice of my friends, I really realized about 9 months ago. At the time, I was like an ordinary youth, applying these programs under the hot summer nights of jungle. Now, I came together, listen many experience and many new learnings from all over the people who are honorable persons. Now, I would like to say that this is not ending, this is just a beginning, because our region, the South Asia, is very vulnerable to the natural disaster as well as many other political or social or something like the problems. So without, so we have that kind of big problems. But hopefully, and I strongly believe that we can pass this climate change problems with the help of our other generations and our ancestral beliefs, as well as combining our younger generation's advice and use. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you
so
very much.
that's that.
Thank you very much, Alfred. And because of Alfred, I also want to echoing one little noise that wasn't here. Cha, our friend who cannot travel to Thailand, she also from Myanmar, and also want to underline that it is important to listen, to understand, and to have compassion on what she do. She never stop. I never see this girl stop. So yeah, thank you. Anyone else want to add up to what Alfred just said before we wrap up and then give it back to Widodo, to Dr. Widodo?
All right, I'll try to end this. Thank you very much. I think it's just an opportunity to thank all of you guys for convening today. I think cultural wisdom for climate action, in itself is a relatively new concept, and fortunately it is being recognized. And one thing, in the sense that it creates a platform for us to talk about other social issues. And like I think one of the topic was climate action. The issue is everybody kind of agree that there's something needs to go forward, and sometimes through climate action you are able to do or push certain indigenous right issue, land right issue that goes along with it, which sometimes get eclipsed by mounds or mountains of issue. And this is also a great opportunity for youths to look inward. With a lot of contemporary cultures and belief and globalization comes, we are in a dilemma to integrate ourselves to be a 21st century individual, but also looking inward into our ancestor and our ancestor belief, and how we could incorporate that and move forward with this wisdom. And yeah, just eternally grateful that there's a platform for that. Maybe this is the first, not the last, hopefully, and many more in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joshua. I think that pretty much everyone. So just to wrap up what we all, before giving back to you, we just want to say that this is how we think, this is how we perceive, this is how we feel thankful for all of this that happening over here. And we will be echoing more voices. We will never stop doing that, and you can check on us. But it's also the manifesto for everyone who is watching right now, who is a youth, that our voice need to be heard more and more, and our voice need to be really executed into something solid. And just step out with the information you have in your hand, with cooperation you have at your house, with every knowledge and know-how that your ancestors might pass to you. We need that more than ever today to pass on and to echoing our Southeast Asian voices, our cultural wisdom to the world. Thank you. And Dr. Widodo is all back to you.
All right, now it's time before cold beer and Nice garden party. Is there anyone who want to say something? It's not asking questions, but maybe just give some comments and support for way forward. Yes, there's one. And two. Momo, these two. Yeah.
Hello. All right, thank you so much, and it's so inspiring to see a lot of you together and voice your voice, and I hope you resonate. I hope your voice can be heard from next generation of youth. Together, we can make a better place for our future children. I think it's very important for also to to continue do what you do, and also recognize our culture actually has a vital answer, as a real answer in tackling the problem of climate change. And I feel like after hear Mr. Andrew say about the importance of culture wisdom in fighting climate change, I feel like I'm not alone, because I've been trying to do that many times in my country, especially in Malaysia, because in Malaysia they don't take art into account, they don't take culture into account. Even we don't have a Ministry of Culture of Art at all. The Ministry of Art and Culture fall under the tourism, because of course they said art is only good for tourism, never gonna do anything change. So I find that I feel like, oh, this is the way I can push to government to put some what's called consideration to the how art also can be vital answer, can be vital point to better to any causes that we have around the world. But at the moment, I think to get to break through all the barrier that we have, especially in the knowledge of climate change, is people doesn't understand that, because so many of climate change stuff involves so many jargon that hard for anyone to understand. I think that's the role of art, again, as a role to break all this through. Try to use your imagination, try to use the creativity, and try to penetrate all people's heart and try to understand by heart. I think that's yeah. I think use also you try think about that in your next presentation or next activity you can do with your community, because I think that's what we have. I think what I realized, I think we have realized so many of our conference, of our workshops. Many community live in a rural area, live in a even the urban area. They don't have a connection to my presentation or other presentation, and because they don't believe it in their heart, and we need to tackle that. And I think we can. Something I learned a lot in this conference as well, and I really want to take back and try to do and spread the news. Thank you.
Yeah, Momo. Yeah, is the next comment. Mama Momo.
Mama Momo.
Thank you. I just want to make 2 points. One is it's a platform for to deliver your message that I just want to share that. And one good point about globalization is people using social media. So that's urban people in the cities or people in the country. For example, one, I don't know here also maybe because of one of the Facebook page is about the wildlife of Myanmar. So that group of young experts who actually is advocating that to identify any animals, any insects, or especially like snakes, are the part of the environment. And so with that, their information sharing and people just taking photo and post it on the group and ask what is that. And I think I noticed only for the few months, but people are now very much aware. Anyone, whoever posted, anyone can identify this is not a poisonous. So I think more and more people are aware that snakes are not to kill first. There's many snakes, and then they even laugh, like I mean, showing their love to the animal. It's not any more dangerous species, but of course, some can be noticed as a poisonous one, not to touch or things. So that kind of information platform is very important, and then you youths are the people who knows a lot, so that is one thing. Another one is from the different angle. We should not only share among us the same people with the same concept, but why don't we also hear, like we can also hold a debate. Those who maybe from the business world, the real estate, to include in the conversation, or making our voices heard. Also, we also want to see from their angle, their argument. So I think the kind of debate or the discussion is also will be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in front. Oh, yeah. Okay, this 1 and 2 and 3.
Thank you. I think this afternoon when I will go out, I will feel younger. Thank you for making me to feel this, and then I have really belief that what we already achieved in this so far is not useless. And I also believe that this, as quoted by Indonesian first President Sukarno, he mentioned, "Bring me 10 young people and I will change the world." And then we have 4, and then also abundantly in the backside. I think now we can change the world starting from our humble activities and then becoming broader as a snowballing program. And I think this is really important for us, Compact, for Siam Society and also SEACHA, that we will be here for you all the youngsters. We will keep following you, and whenever you need us for a consultation, for also debating or criticize what is our program in the future, you are most welcome. And then after this conference, we have also a discussion with the Siam Society and the internal board of SEACHA, that we will send a letter to each of the ministry or any whom in your own country that is having the authority to acknowledge you, that you are all the things that we choose in this world to help to spread over what are that we have to promote the cultural wisdom for the climate action. So that's we will do together. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having everyone together, collected together. I'm a bit of an in-betweener because I just turned 40, so I'm not young anymore, and I'm not so young at heart yet. I think as someone who used to be one of the younger guys in the room, it's very admirable to see the energy, the vigor, and the idealism that's burning in our younger cohort. But I just want to remind everybody that as you grow older, it's okay to have your world become smaller. It's okay to, let the business of life happen, to fall in love, to raise a family, to run a business, to be a good boss, to have employees and all that. Why? Because it's inevitable. It's going to happen. And I think being around our younger at heart members is also good because at least we can see and model, see how they model that you can live a life and still be true to your principles as you get younger at heart. It's also important to remind yourself of that because you don't want to get burnt out. It's a long battle, and maybe if you're not making a big enough dent, you can always pass the baton to the next batch. So yeah, just that. Thank you.
Is that gentleman in front here? Oh yeah.
Okay, so just to sum up with what my friend missed to speak, because this is a script that I worked for her, but she might miss that. I would like to talk about the inclusiveness of sustainable way of development. Sometimes, we cannot claim that the sustainable way of development is successful just for building or even economics way, but it might be meaningless if we have leaving someone behind when we reach the destination of successful. So, especially the marginalized group who directly impact in whatever direction that authority person had made decisions. So they cannot even have a chance to make their voice or can even not shout it out loud. So, in my perspective, is why don't we give a chance for them to let them access the high education level so they can bring that information to teach the local people from peer to peer, and this can be reduce the boundary of the translation linguistic, and it can be encouraged them more because they have mutual belief. And this can be our cooperation for everyone requirements in development, in sustainable way development, in empathy way. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm one of the only journalists covering this event, so I just thought I'd give you a few perspectives as a communicator, because the communications word has come up quite frequently in this conference. So I just thought I'd share one or two perspectives. I want to just go back to the very important words mentioned by, Peter, right? Peter, yeah, you. Sorry? Andrew, about imagining the future. A very important question that was asked as part of the research that you've done about what the future would look like and how to imagine it. My two key words of, I guess, very practical advice. In 2018, one of the world's most riveting stories took place right here in Thailand. It was the rescue of the 13 boys who were trapped in that cave in Tham Luang. Probably one of the biggest success stories of people who have fought the odds, who came together from different parts of the world, an environmental story par excellence. Boys who were trapped there because, for various reasons, the signage was poor. They ignored the weather forecast of a coming rainstorm. They went there, they got trapped, and the world mounted an operation that caught the world's imagination like nothing else. It was a success story par excellence. Many movies have been made about that effort. People who came together from different nationalities, all castes, colors, and creeds. 13 young, a team of, a football team of 11, and I think it was one of the coach. I would advise you all to watch those movies. If you want to take inspiration, watch. The number of movies have been made about it. Watch those movies and documentaries, because if you're looking for inspiration and motivation on how to beat odds, how to get things done, watch those movies. It was one of the most important stories I covered, even though from a distance, but it is really an act of encouragement and motivation and inspiration that is probably unmatched in the annals of history as we look forward for a new generation. The other part of imagining the future actually is right here. If any of you just go down and stand on that side, you will see right in front of you probably a zero carbon building right here in front of you. Net zero carbon built more than 100 years ago, and exactly 10 meters behind is this monstrosity, this 50-story monstrosity. Just go there and stand there and take pictures before you go, because you will imagine the future right here, the past, present, and future. And the reason I saw that is because, again, thanks to the Siam Society, you have a prayer room right at the back. And every day in the afternoon, I've been taking advantage of that prayer room to go and complete my prayers. And today, as I was going back, I was quite fascinated by that because I saw it here. I said, hey, we're all talking about net zero and zero carbon, et cetera, but here, there's a building right here. No fans, no air conditioning, no lighting, no electricity, nothing right here. And right behind it is a monstrosity, going back exactly to what the lady from Georgetown was saying about the differences between developed and developing countries. Right here. So, Andrew, imagining the future, right here on your doorstep, right here in Thailand. See the movie on Tham Luang and take some photographs of this before you go home, and believe me, the job will be done. Thank you.
Hi again. I think I'm not young and I'm not old either, but I think I fall into young at heart category. So I'd actually like to echo the previous two speakers just now. The first about how it's a huge challenges, especially for the young generation. And I think being here has really brought to light that anxiety that I would feel if I were in your generation. So that's been really eye-opening to me too. But I think to address that point about burnout, I think actually it's really about sphere of influence. So all of us have a sphere of influence. It can be the sphere of influence in our local community. It could be at our office. It could be at global dialogues. Everybody has one. And I think the work that you don't have to do, which we're very lucky for, is you already understand the nature of these issues and problems. So it really is just merely going back, I think kind of like what the gentleman on the stage said, going back to wherever you came from and just spreading it in your way, in your language, with your talents, with your gifts. So I think that's the way that you avoid that concept of like, oh my God, it's how do we change everything? Use that as a leverage point. And then secondly, what was the other thing I was going to say? Secondly, I think speaking to your point about communication, I think we have amazing young leaders here on stage already. And I think the reason why we're captivated by them is because their ability to tell a story. And it's not just telling a factual story. Real stories convey emotion. And I think the notion of emotion, that rhymes, the notion of emotion is left out of most dialogues. It's left out of the business world for sure, and that's something that I want to try, myself, I'm trying to reintroduce. But in important venues like this, we need to tap into emotion, because at the end of the day, we're human, and that's the fundamental part. Business decisions are not made just from facts, they're made from emotion, even in business as well. So I think that how we can help the youth, or how youth can also help themselves, is develop those skills to communicate, develop those skills to tell stories that are compelling and inspire action, and maybe are turned into Hollywood movies as well. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the last few days, which has been amazing for me. It's really opened my eyes to so many different things. I come from a science background. This is my first non-science conference, so it was very enlightening for me. And I learned that I could look at one similar thing, but in so many different ways. And I think that is very important when we talk about climate change and also about environmental issues and traditional knowledge and nature. Because all of this, you cannot look at it in one perspective. It will have to be looked at and addressed in so many different perspectives. The more perspectives we look at it, the better, because they don't stand alone. So this conference has been a really good example, and from all your case studies that you've done, those are really good examples of why we need multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary in looking at climate action and the issues of climate change. So that is one very important key takeaway that I take from this conference. And then the other one is, while we, in our haste of diving into climate action and looking at ways of going about tackling different issues, I think let's not forget the fundamentals like character building. Because if you look at all the talks that's been shared, one very, some of the key things that cropped up again and again was on values, on ethics, on being respectful, on greed, all these fundamental values that we need to, I think that very, very important that we need to build in each individual. The cause of climate change in the first place comes from an individual, like what Dr. Pasuk was telling us about all these elites. These are all individuals, and they make all these decisions. So character building in an individual is very, very important. And having a group of youth like you guys in this conference is a good start. And I think very much that you need to propagate all the values that you have learned and acquired from all your experience through this conference and through other programs to other youth. You cannot stop here, definitely. You need to do more work. And for everyone else as well, I think we must not forget about fundamentals, the ethics, because in a lot of these courses and a lot of conversations, we've not touched on fundamentals. We've looked at all these large scale issues, but we haven't looked at like Dr. Sakti was saying about microcosm, our own self, our own heart, So I think that needs to come along with everything else. Let's not forget the fundamentals. Thank you.
Yes, I think that is a very good closing, but there is one more, two more.
Yes, hello. You've triggered my imagination, also the previous speaker over there. And we have talked quite a lot about sufficiency, sustainability. Well, sufficiency, enough. How much is enough? And I find myself asking this increasingly as I've got older. And I'm reminded that when I did my master's degree fieldwork, I lived among the Maasai in Kenya. And the Maasai ladies had 4 outfits, 4 only. The oldest outfit they wore every day, looking after the cattle, the goats, whatever, the children. The second oldest outfit, they just went for the market. The second newest outfit they wore for church or whatever, meetings. The newest outfit, every year they made 1 new outfit, 1 per year. And then every year the oldest outfit was reduced to rags for some use. So they never had more than 4 outfits, and I'm thinking, my goodness. And I look at my wardrobe and I think, oh my goodness. And I'm thinking, could I live on 4 outfits? I don't think so. Could I live on 1 outfit per day for a week? So just for, I don't think so. I have a huge outfit wardrobe, partly because I never throw anything away. So I still wear clothes that I've worn for 40, 50 years. But it does prompt me always to ask the question, how much is enough? And quite recently, I went somewhere in the UK, so it wasn't hot climate like this, it wasn't dusty and polluted, it was quite a remote part of North Wales, and I forgot my bag. So for 10 days, I had to do some actions, and I had only the clothes that I'm wearing. So for 10 days, I'm wearing the same clothes. My friend told me that I didn't smell at the end of it, it was fine. But anyway, what I discovered is there's a tremendous liberation to wearing only 1 outfit. not having to change. I think many of us discovered this during COVID, that you don't have to change, because you're just stuck at home. There is a great liberation to that. But anyway, I come back to the Marseille ladies. How much is enough? Because if we're talking about sufficiency and sustainability, this is a question we always have to ask. How much is enough? Because if you're going to be self-sufficient, you have to have enough. And where is the limit? And it's not always such an easy question to ask. And of course, the fashion industry would be outraged if we all decided to have only 4 outfits and only one new one per year. Then the whole industry would collapse. So maybe that's also not a solution. But it is nevertheless a rather interesting and rather important question. How much is enough?
Have you ever tried to go to a website and they ask you if you're a robot, right? So the human being has to tell the robot that, no, I'm not a robot, right? Okay, so I'm just reminded of this Dr. Ajahn Chaiwat's analogy of the wounded warrior who tried to fight the floating lotus, right? And he found that he could not stab the lotus. And when you try to stab at this climate question, it's just like that. It goes from here to, it's just floating all over the place. It's a very, agile question. And this climate issue can be manipulated with all sorts of justification to say that, oh, there are too many people. There are too many people burning firewood. There are too many poor people. They are the problem. And just remember that people are never the problem. They are the problem and the solution. Technology is a means to the solution, but technology is also something that can also be used in the other way. It can be used to be the solution instead of the people or in place of the people. So the climate warrior has to really understand where are the people and where is technology and what role each one has to play. Because as this gentleman said, and I think it's often repeated, we have all the science, we have all the technology, and yet the problem is growing bigger and bigger because science is not the solution. The people of science, scientists, engineers, they don't know how to solve the climate problem. You know how to solve? Okay, so so the climate warrior is, you have to play Tai Chi or Silat or something, to think not in a very dialectic way, not in a false dialectic way, but in a way that, plays out, in the long run, where it is, in the end, it's the people. You save not just the planet, but you have to save the people as well.
Hi, I'm Nina. So I would just like to share my impression and reflection of this conference and workshop. I think the greatest merit that I have observed and felt here is actually about the democratic environment and also the empowerment. Because we're talking about, climate action and stuff like that. And we've heard throughout 3 days that one of the main problems is about this power dynamics, right? Like the power distance and gaps between the policymakers, between the capitalists, between people who want to, make, exploit the natural resources and people. And even within ASEAN countries ourselves, many of our cultures have this big power gap between seniors and youth. But this conference, what I'm seeing is that it's really empowering in the sense that it encouraged youth to say whatever they want to, from whichever discipline or background that they have, in whichever format, or in whichever way that they want to. Some would like to say that my strength is in science and evidence-based kind of like presentation, so I would use statistics. The other would be, my approach is visiting the communities and talking, qualitative and stories to come out. So this is really empowering, and I think this is a big achievement of this conference. And why is it successful? Because when youth are going to really, work on activism, but when they're being active, it means that they rise above the average or the norm of the population to say something, and usually it's something that might not usually provoke people who don't like it, right? It takes a lot of courage to be vulnerable and to be brave and to fear for your safety, for your criticism, and also the data, whether it's accurate or not. And this is the platform where youth get to practice that in front of seniors, and seniors as in senior academics, people who have paved the way. And what is really touching is that they also get to see and hear from people who have paved the way before them from various fields. And like from Dr. Pasuk, she demonstrated as well that difficult questions and difficult answers, inconvenient ones, can be answered and can be asked. So because I've been working with the youth, and they often came to me like, I'm scared, can I say this? Can I be critical? Can I criticize? Can I talk about politics? Or should I avoid it? But in the end, when they work, it all came to the bottleneck, which is about politics and power dynamics, this imbalance between the more influential one. And they said, who are we? What can we do? So I said, this is a platform where it's safe. And this is something that maybe I believe that you will receive this feeling of more confidence to continue working on this. And we have to thank to all the other panelists and presenters who have shared their long years of work and also the discussion. And another important thing is that this conference is so democratic in the way that it encouraged youth to even ask questions to the panelists, right? Like, what do you think? Oh, I disagree with this. What do you think like that? But in a very respectful way that will be constructive and lead to further discussion and collaboration. So I think this is what we need. We need confidence and positivity to, walk on this long path. And also advices on you probably get burnt out from time to time, but as long as you know that there are people like that, and then it works, and then we all hear success stories, and we see, and I think another important part is that we have to be careful of separation from unconscious bias or prejudice, in the sense that Western science is evil or arrogant. All politicians are evil. All the community members, they're less educated or they're very aggressive. So all of this unconscious bias, or youth, probably we have to use toned down language because they don't understand. When in fact we have heard that they are teaching me a lot of words too. Or to say that seniors, they already don't understand the younger generation, right? A lot of unconscious bias that is separating us. I think we need to be mindful of this because it will only create quiet resent or a sense of I don't probably belong here then because what, So this conference is very commendable in the sense that I think have achieved a very democratic environment, a good practice, and also a ground and platform for all of us to continue in whichever field and method that you want to, with the support of the people that, all of you that have come before. So thank you so much to SEACHA.
Thank you for the very good conclusions. So I think by that, let's work together. This is not a closing. This is a beginning. And it's a commencement of something else. So let's thank ourselves, thanks the youth, all the facilitators, and Siam Society, all the sponsors, and all of you to be here to work together towards a better future. So now I think time for beer? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Widodo. Thank you, all the youth participants, and all your wonderful comment is very exhilarating just by listening to all the comments here. Just the final bits here has arrived to mark the completion and the closing of the conference that we have. May I please invite This is Pillai Pansombatsiri, the president of the Siam Society, up here for the closing remarks. Yes.
I'm sure you haven't realized my real name because you all call me Kun Pek, which I appreciate very much. And I have to tell you, what a wonderful 3 days. I really enjoy myself very, very much. It's really very enlightening. And I have to confess, when I'm as young as the young speakers, I'm still running around doing nothing at all. Not as useful as they are today. Well, officially, good afternoon, our esteemed guests, our friends, ladies and gentlemen. I think that I speak for all of us today that I really express my excitement and appreciation for the ideas shared here over the last 3 days. The Siam Society and SEACHA convened this conference with the goal of aiding the region in fight against climate change, using our local wisdom and traditional practices across disciplines and generations. By these measures, I'm delighted to conclude this program as a great success. On behalf of the Siam Society and SEACHA, I would like to express special thanks to a few individuals for their work in bringing this event together. Firstly, our sincere thanks to BGRIM for their compassionate support of the conference and for their work implementing sustainable energy sources for a greener planet. Many thanks as well to our other sponsors, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society, the Government Lottery Office, the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Bangkok, PTT, PTTGC, the International National Trust Organization, Nailut Park Heritage Home, Thai Beverage, SEACHA, and the individual supporters of SEACHA and the Siam Society. I would also like to thank the founding members of SEACHA, whose work made this conference possible. Much gratitude goes to the Center for Research and Promotion of Cultural Heritage, the Singapore Heritage Society, the Siam Society, the Heritage Conservation Society, Lao Handicrafts Association, Yangon Heritage Trust, Penang Heritage Trust, the Indonesian Heritage Trust, and Mulberries. Next, our sincere gratitude goes to Grace Yong Sungwon Chai and Amy Permpoon Viwat, the two youth committee members of SEACHA. Their perspectives and passion were instrumental in instigating the youth's leading role in this program from its inception. Our two facilitators, Kun Ninina Putithan and Kun Nopajak Attanan, were instrumental in mentoring our youth leaders and sharpening their presentations. They have our very sincere thanks. Additional appreciation is due to the board of SEACHA, volunteer committees members, and staff of the Siam Society, my very good staff, whose work has made this program possible. Special thanks to Dr. Katrini Pratihari Kubontubu for her leadership and chairperson of SEACHA's board of directors. Finally, I would like to thank again all of our speakers who contributed to the conference proceedings, and especially the youth whose work over the last few months allowed them to articulate their vision and passion for our planet's future, buoyed by the richness of its past. As Dr. Pasuk raised this morning, Southeast Asian voices on environmental issues have been at the margins of international policy for too long. We hope that the foundations established at this conference will help steer international policy. I'm pleased that with SEACHA and the Science Society's involvement in COP28, we will begin the work of elevating Southeast Asian cultural perspectives on the global stage. Thank you. The calls to action outlined today serve as a beacon for all of us in how to build a cleaner, safer world that will pass down through generations, just as the cultural wisdom of Southeast Asia has. On that note, once again, thank you, our friends, our esteemed guests, for joining us for this special conference. And I wish you all a very good evening and a safer journey home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the President of the Siam Society, for the closing remarks. The last bit is entertainment now. We have some beverage and some snack outside in the lawn in front of Kam Tieng House for you all to continuing the inspiring discussion again. And thank you so much for everyone and all the audience for the wonderful participation in the past 3 days. So it's just goodbye, but not farewell. So see you more again soon. Thank you. The organizing committee has prepared some token appreciation for all the speakers. The moderators is outside on the table on the side. So if you please stop by and pick up your gift. Thank you.